Good day and good evening, and welcome to Smol Kai's Sidequest with me, Caetsu Chaiji, but you can just call me Kai. Tonight, well, we'll be doing more Bozja, and when Castrum Lacus Litore happens to spawn, then we're doing it. So, the way this is going to work is that, first of all, I'm going to log in on Alpha. I'm going to buy something. I think I have to check, but once I've done that, I'm coming over to Ravana on Materia, and then we go to Gangos, where we will get ready so that we can get as many people into the same instance as possible. And I think we will probably talk a little bit about what to prepare. What to expect, because some of you might not know how Castrum works. Some might be a little concerned because they don't know how it starts. And did I not send you on a venture? I apparently did not. Oh, off with you then. So we'll go over those things as they come up. Or before they come up, so that everyone feels ready. With that said, hey Chester, hey Veggie, hey Yogurt, well I guess not, hey Archibuster, hey Tiny, hey Gazel, hey Orkney, hey Shaq, hey Ham, hey Giraheen, hey Rust, hey Aerodel, hey Fatman, and hey Gitzo. Hope you're all doing very well. And I don't know about that, Chester. Personally, I would say that the story of Bozja is like adjacent to the main story, so you could probably watch something about Bozja, no issue, without having completed Shadowbringers. At least in my opinion. A week of retainer adventures. Yeah, a whole week. Yeah, there's a bunch of things. While I'm figuring out the things that I'm doing, I'll have to check. I don't even know if the thing I want to buy is at a reasonable price on Alpha, but we'll check. But something that you can prepare if you want to join for this is I highly recommend, like highly recommend, getting using a defensive essence of some sort. Something that increases your HP and your defense is highly recommended, because the thing is, we're almost certainly not going to be hurting for time if we don't wipe. If we have 0 wipes, then we have all the time we need. All the time we need. But if we start wiping, then the way Castrum works is when you initially enter it, you have some time, and every time you beat an encounter successfully, you get more time. So when you initially go in, you don't have time to wipe repeatedly to the first boss. It's actually not, like back when it was current stuff, it wasn't entirely uncommon to land in a situation where, like, you enter, the first encounter actually requires you to split up your raid into mostly equal packages. And if people can't decide on where they want to go, you can end up wasting like 5 minutes on figuring out where people should go. And then you wipe, and you spend like 5, 6, 7 minutes on that. And I can't remember if you start with 20 or 30 minutes when you enter. But the point is that if you like act as if you have all the time in the world and you wipe multiple times, then you don't have all the time in the world. However, if you're... Oh, that requires 11. Sad. Big sad. Those drop from Castrum, so I was hoping to use them. But yeah, if you don't know how to get here, the way you get here is you go to Doman Enclave, then there is either a boat, or if you have all the ether shards, you can just teleport directly to Gangos. Now... Oh, thank you. We should probably make 2 groups. Or more, potentially. And while I'm switching over here now, hey Gleaming, hey Stola, and hey Thalionga. Hope you're all doing very well. So, the things that I recommend... Right, Shaq says Gazel is working on group 2, and Gazel says so as well. So if you're here in Gangos and you're not in a group and you want to be in one, you go over and present yourself to Eclipse Gazel over there. Right, so what should you bring to Castrum is sometimes not the same as what you should bring to Bozja. By which I mean, if you're just grinding like skirmishes and critical engagements in Bozja, then something like Essence of the Breathtaker is excellent because it makes you run faster. Your mount runs faster, like that's something you want. But in Castrum, I mean, it can help you dodge better, I guess, but if you get hit, you probably want to survive it. Which means that if you don't know the duty, then essences like Veteran, Plate Bearer, and Guardian are really good choices. Depending on how confident you are, you can also go with something a bit wilder than that. I believe there are some here. I think there's one called Templar that is for healers, that gives you both defense, HP, and damage. But I think that requires rank 11. And Tiny, that's actually not exactly how it works. You don't actually need 6 parties. Usually the way that we did it back when it was current was that you just had 4 parties, so you just had 4 8-man parties, and when you had finished one of the 4 initial sides, you just met for the middle one on your, like, half. So whoever cleared theirs first goes and starts on it, and that was usually enough. Like, yeah, you could have 6 groups, but that doesn't work very well if you don't, you know, have 6 groups. Derpy says Ether Weaver is a 96% damage boost for healers with no downsides. I think that's only the deep version. The regular is just 80%. But yeah, you can get a pretty substantial damage gain, but if you... like, here's the thing. If you die, then you're doing 0 damage. And we might not have the reses to go around if things start to go bad. So my point that I'm circling back to is, unless you're confident that it'll be fine, consider going for safer choices. Like, if you've done this many times, then you don't have to bring like a super defensive, careful build, like if you know what you're doing. But if you're not sure what you're doing, maybe you haven't done this in years, you don't remember how it works, then grabbing a defensive one like these that give you a huge damage defensive boost means that sometimes you can get away with making a mistake that you should not be making. Yes, Kitso, but if you haven't actually gone through the motions of unlocking Bozja, then it will probably not be available. The quest starts in the middle of Kugane. Does Bloodsucker count as a safe one for tanks? I would say so, yes. The reason why I bought Superstition was because I wanted to use Essence of the Beast, which is lifesteal, defense, and HP for DPS. Asahi, look at the Magi. Hope you're doing well. And Derby. Right, so just saying one final time before I'm going to the next step. These three, like, if you don't know what essence to pick, go for one of these. If you're a DPS job and you're like, meh, I don't need this, and you then pick this, then we will all laugh at you if you die. I'm just saying, we will all see it and be like, you were too good for these, huh? But now you're dead. So, think about what you're choosing. You don't, like, choose something where you're safe is my recommendation, because if we lose someone, we're in a much worse position. Next, what lost actions should you bring? An extremely good one. An extremely good one, which I don't have access to, is somewhere around here. I believe it's called Lost Assassinate. I think it comes from Zadnor. So if you have already done Castrum and you just want advice on how to do better, Lost Assassinate can one-shot mobs when used from behind, like regular mobs, which is extremely helpful for because it has, I think it's 99 uses, it's like 16-second cooldown, and if you use it from behind, you can one-shot something. If you don't have that, then Lost Death is also a good option. That can also one-shot. Specifically, Death and Assassinate are insanely good for the hostage section, and if you haven't done Castrum, don't worry. The hostage section is like, you have to kill all of the mobs. If you save the hostages, we get extra loot. Loot like this. Like these. But they're optional. Also, hey Ymir, hope you're doing well. If you don't have Death and you don't have Assassinate, that's fine. Not everyone needs to bring them anyway. And you shouldn't, like, put it in your bar initially. Like, you just do this, now you have one. And then you can equip it while out of combat in Castrum. So you can be like, okay, the hostage section is next. Let me just equip my my death gun. And there you go. If you have one of the tank essences on, then you might also, as a DPS or a healer, consider Lost Incense, which that's perhaps a little excessively careful, but it isn't a bad idea to have some backup tanks. I don't know how many tanks we'll have in our lineup. And I'll bring one, because then I can tank. Literally, Lost Incense is provoke on a 20-second cooldown, and now you generate enmity like a tank, and you have permanent rampart, or you have, if you use it on cooldown, you have permanent rampart. So you just become tank. Similarly, if you're a tank or a DPS, it's not a bad idea to bring Lost Cure, so that you can spam heal something if needed. And the cure potency of 15,000 that you see up here, it doesn't mean that it's like Physic, where you see like a summoner cast it and it's like, and then it heals for nothing because you don't have the right stats. It heals for 15,000. Like, it's PvP potency. It heals for 15,000 on the money. So, like, it's a pretty good one to just bring. I can't remember if you can switch job once you're inside Castrum. There's possibly something worth keeping in mind. I can't remember. Right, so if you're not bringing Lost Incense or a Cure, or you're looking for other options, some other ones that are pretty good. We don't need everyone to bring this, And genuinely, we only need one person to bring these. Lost Protect and Lost Shell, and the players that actually have completed, like, reached Zadnor, have access to Lost Protect and Lost Shell too, which are 5% better. So, that can also be a thing. There's just also the thing that the people that have, you know, extra high rank and access to all the stuff probably have access to way better options as well, so maybe they don't want to bring that. There's also other options like Bubble, which just increases max HP, but it has a slightly shorter duration, so it has a much bigger upkeep, you could say. There's also Stone Skin, gives a little barrier. It doesn't last that long, so like you'd need multiple people to maintain this. Other options, like extremely far down in the etc. is also, if you're playing a job that cannot cast a res, like as in you don't have res, like you're not a summoner, you're not a red mage, you're not a healer, you can bring these. You can use them from like your Lost Finds holster in combat, just run over to someone dead and just go and then they stand up again. You can also bring something like Lost Arise, like it's a little bit more compact. But you know, that's one of your actions. What are other ones you could consider? Re-Racer, you can use that on yourself, and then sometimes you'll get back up when you die. Hey Riku, hope you're doing well. Actions which you had specifically equipped in your last Bozja run carried over between instances? Yes. Whatever you had in your 2 duty action slots last time will still be there when you re-enter. Your essence will be gone. That one you have to reapply. But the 2 lost actions you had put on, those stay. Yeah, re-racers, Zumia. They're quite effective when you need them. The essence will also be lost if you switch job. That is a very good point. So even if you could change job in the middle, you probably wouldn't want to do that. So just going over it again. Defensive lineup, consider Incense if you're not a tank. Consider Cure if you're not a healer. Consider bringing Death if you're a job that can bring Death. I'm pretty sure everyone can bring that. And if you have a high enough rank and have access to Lost Assassinate, that's like better Death. Like it's just better Death. And consider bringing a tanky essence. If you feel you're confident you'll be fine, go for it. But that's on you. that's on you to figure out that you're actually sure that's fine. There's also options like Lost Bravery that increases damage, and so on. I also think that's a terrible idea, Zip. I would prefer if you brought Ether Weaver instead, or Templar if you have that one. Right. How many people are in groups? I'll go over here and you can come over to me if you're in my group. I heard Gasel had a group. You can figure out who's in what group. Like, go to where your groups are. Go to where your groups are. How many are you over there? That's good to hear, Riku. You're 7. Is there an 8th player somewhere that you didn't get? Or are we 15 in total, I suppose? How likely is Smol Caetsu to reach the Lubrum Originate today? I think that depends on whether we beat Castrum or not. And how soon Castrum spawns. The reason why I'm going over all this before we even enter Bozja is because there's the possibility that we enter and Castrum is already there. And we just like enter immediately, and then I don't have time to go over these things. But yeah, if we reach that and it isn't too late, then we'll do the Lubrum as well. Hey, Warcraft Traveler. Am I allowed to make a cut of tier? I mean, that sounds like something that'll take you a long time. You can make a cup of tea. If there's anyone on the way here that wants to come along, you know, then you have a chance to join. Hey Ryoma, hope you're doing well. We are on Ravana Materia. Yeah, I can't remember. I think it's like you need rank 15 or something. Is that right? To go into the Lubrum? But the plan is just do Castrum. Once we've done that, then we progress the quest until... well, until it's late. And if we reach the Lubrum and it's not too late, we'll do the Lubrum. Which would be nice, because if we can do that, then it means we can pretty much start next time in Zadnor. 14 at most. I don't know if essences are outright annoying to get, Tiny. It's mostly if you want a specific one out of a batch with multiple, like with this superstition one. I think I have like probably like 40 or 50 beast and Templar essences on my main, because like I basically used Bloodsucker for everything in Bozja. Like, genuinely everything. It's like, well, I'm going to Bozja, I'm going to Lubrum Originate as a tank, going to Zadnor, I'm using Bloodsucker. So I just, like, basically just buy, like, a batch of these and just go, nyeh, 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 nyeh. Ah, one good one! And you can buy them in bulk. The key thing is to make sure you don't make my mistake and buy the essence and then go, oh right, it requires rank 11. Are we still waiting? Are there anyone on the way? Let me know in the stream chat so that we know. You're logging on. We're also still waiting for Sip. And I can also just repeat now that part of the reason why there's such a big deal about having everyone ready before we go in is because instances for Bozja and Zadnor and I think Eureka is that if there's no one in the instance, like in that place, then it'll make a new one when you enter. After a certain amount of time, I don't know how it works exactly, but what happens is that the instance just becomes too old, and now new players can't enter it anymore. So like if you try to enter Bozja and we're in a too old instance, you'll be offered a completely fresh one or one with different players, even though there's plenty of space in ours. Not entirely sure why, but or exactly the what, and why it is caused, but I do know that when a Bozja instance has been running for a certain amount of time, there's something that starts getting weird with it, like mobs getting really slow to react. Like, right when an instance has started, if you run past like a hostile enemy, it'll just be like, target acquired, and just attack you immediately. When the instance has been going for like a few hours, then you can actually just like jog past most things and they won't notice you because there's some sort of lag on the server end. It's really strange. So it's probably to combat this that they go, nah, a Bozja instance should not run for longer than so and so. You have your tea now, alright? Is there anyone else who's still on the way? Let me know in the chat. I'll give it like a minute. So to go over the broad strokes of Castrum is the first fight. It's not exactly the first boss because there's kind of two. We will have to split up the raid in two. If we're 16 players, that is insanely convenient, right? But the key here is that, if I remember correctly, there's a boss on each end. And they need to die reasonably close to each other. So if one if one side is getting too far ahead, they actually have to stop attacking and wait for the other group. And I believe the reason is because when you kill one, the other side hard enrages or something to that effect. So you don't want to do that. The second fight is like it's just trash packs. Right? You're just getting swarmed with trash. Then, and by the way, something that is really important, there will be treasure chests throughout the duty. You have to loot them yourself. It's not like one person clicks it and you're good. You have to open the treasure for yourself, so make sure to open treasure chests. And sometimes we might experience them spawning behind us. After the trash stuff, we have the hostage thing, where one group will go, like, basically we would probably have one group go to the left and one group go to the right, and then we have to split up each group in two halves, that one goes north and one goes south on each side, and then you meet in the middle. And preferably you would want like a balanced setup, but what ultimately matters is that there's enough people in each section to fight the things that they need to fight. Once that's done, a mini-boss of some sort spawns that you have to fight. And it is just a mini-boss, like it doesn't have a lot of mechanics. And then we have, what's he named? Adremedos or something like that? He has like elemental mechanics where he'll summon like orbs that fly into him, if I remember correctly, and that results in Adramelech, thank you, that does something. Like, this mechanic does, expanding circle AoEs and donut AoEs. This one does, I think one of them does, the, fire debuff, and one does deep freeze and things like that. And you just need to be, like, you need to react to it. Yeah, exactly, one is pyretic. And he shows, like you know how it goes. You have a mechanic happen, he shows each one, and when he's done showing them, he'll start going, so what if I combine this and this? What if I combine this and this? And yeah, there's also one that is a knockback. And on the Meteor DPS check, there's a bunch of things happening in that fight. The particular thing I'm highlighting is the elements, because that's the one that often kills people. After that, the final boss is kind of strange. So the main boss is not that bad. Like, there's a lot of ads coming at you, or like for quite a while, but it's a knockback, deep freeze, pyretic, donut, and point blank. I'm pretty sure that the point blank, or rather the circle AoE, is an expanding AoE, so that it AoEs in the center and then and further out. Right, okay. There's both, fair enough. Anyway, the final boss, you of course need a tank to tank the boss you're presented with. And a little bit into the fight, a weird like spring, like circle to step into. You may remember these from World of Darkness. You know, you step into glowing platform, boing, and you jump over. And 8 players have to go. We preferably just send one of the parties. The 8 players that go will be fighting Lion, the Beastmaster guy. And if they fail, and there's a DPS check if I remember correctly, if they fail, we all wipe. If you succeed, you will get sent back into the main fight with like a damage buff, so you know. And we'll just do the rest of the fight from there. Like, basically, the main fight is just like theater happening for the actual fight, which is Lion. And the reason why you need to bring 8 is because if you don't send 8 people, after a little bit, as far as I remember, either Lion just wipes you, or he'll just send the remaining people you're missing. Something to that effect. You're making it sound scarier than it actually is. The reason why I'm making it sound scarier than it actually is, Ymir, is because we don't actually have time to wipe a lot. So if people think, oh, this is easy, then we will wipe. And yes, I have lost Castrum runs to people just going Lamau. We do have time, Ymir. What I'm saying is that when you enter, this is true, you have some time. You can only wipe a certain number of times. And I have done this over a dozen times on my main. In Shadowbringers, when we had 48 people. It's Endwalker. You get synced down to level 80, Ymir. There isn't very much power creep. It's not that much power creep. We should have named the stream Guy Fights a Beastmaster early League PvP. Right. Have you done a ready check on Group 2? I guess you have. I mean, we'll see if it's a lot easier when we get there. There isn't anything bad about being over-prepared, Ymir. Does that mean there's a critical engagement? There's a critical engagement. The power creep is how you use your lost skills and essences, and that is true. The real power creep is how many people we have that are over-ranked. Like, that's ultimately what we really need. Or really care about, is that. And that is true, Ymir. If you have, like, a bunch of people like Aradel with a 50% damage bonus passively, then yeah, it's going to be a lot easier. Then it's definitely going to be a lot easier. You're right on that. But we're also playing with latency. That'll cost us all some damage. So who knows how good or how bad it is. Last Castrum pop was 5 to 10 minutes ago. Well, we'll see what happens. We'll just have to do... if I remember correctly, once Castrum has popped once, doing stuff in Bozja causes the timer to go down. Hey, Tay. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, you might be right, Ymir. I'm just saying that I've had enough fails of Castrum to people being overzealous to go, yeah, nope, I'm going to sell it as if it's the hardest thing in the world. Just so that you all go, so that anyone who doesn't know for certain comes in and goes, that was weirdly easy. I'd much rather have that than you go in and go, I feel underprepared because you didn't, like, you said it would be easy and it's absolutely not. And that's the reason. Like, that's ultimately what it's really about in this case. And I hope that makes sense. Like, it's hard to say, because it does depend on what players you get. That's also the reason why, when we've done Extreme Countdown, I make a point of going over all of the tactics stuff in case someone doesn't know. And there was also someone that said, which side will Kai's group go? I don't know. If it helps that I choose something, then I can choose something. I think if you're up on the wall, I'm pretty sure if you're up on the wall, you can actually focus target the boss down on the floor, so you can see both HP amounts, which would mean that, you know, if you have the stream open, you can see both HP amounts with a few seconds of delay. But that is also the reason why, Emir, that I said that people can, like, if they want to choose a damage essence, I'll just keep it in mind if you then die because of choosing it. Because it, again, would be very classic that someone goes, this is easy. And then it wasn't. But you're right. I don't know if they just nerfed it into the floor when Endwalker came out. I haven't had to do Castrum in... yeah, well, since Endwalker came out, because I made sure to finish it before that, because I didn't expect them to actually do anything for the content. And then they made it so that it scales to your player count. It was easy when you did it. When did you do it? I think Ham also said they did it. Tay says I've done this with as little as 4 people. Were those 4 people first timers? Oh, it ended. Final furlong. 2 weeks ago. Fair enough. I actually think I remember you mentioned that, Amy. I'm sorry about that. Yeah, part of the reason that part of the reason why I'm skeptical on that is simply because there's always the possibility, and I've talked about this before, if you don't wipe to a fight, you might not learn what went wrong. Which means that there is the possibility, and again, I didn't see your go, Wimir, there's the possibility that you went in and like half of the group were like, you know, 10 across the board on the honor things, so that like they're 50% stronger in every metric imaginable, and just ultra hyper carried it, and you've got the feeling that that was really easy, where what really happened is that you got carried, potentially. You say most were new players, then there you go. How long do we have? Can I do CLL with only dragon kick? Remember to hand in to finish the skirmish, everyone. People. Yeah, that does, like, that also helps, because that means that, like, each person who's actually trying will do it better. I suppose part of the reason that it used to be a lot scarier is that given that it was just, you know, current content, it was not out of the question that a lot of the people that joined, you know, just expected that it was, you know, it's casual content, is easy, and weren't prepared. I'm shocked that me stepping out so late in terms of with latency involved, that it counted. Remember, don't look at it so that it comes into the circle, and then look at it so that it stops without reaching you. Stab! What a name for a move. Well, it also seems like the few people that were already here, they're very happy to see some more people. Whoa! No! Oh, it counted! Hey! Maximum value Maximum value iron jaws. Tripled? I feel like they said that there was like 4 people. Although I guess we went from they went from 8 to Oh, it's time, everyone. It's gamer time. 5 before we arrived. Is it just Gleaming? Doesn't have the access yet? It looks like it with the rank. I'm sorry, Gleaming, we're going in. That was what we set out to do. And I can't actually enter with someone who doesn't meet the requirement. I'm sorry. There's the possibility that we'll get it twice. What if we lose? I thought so too, Gleaming. The problem is that I think like when we got in, someone asked when was the last Castrum, like when was it happened last, and they said 5 to 10 minutes ago, and that means you should have had like 50 minutes, but maybe it wasn't 5 to 10 minutes ago. But there's the possibility that there'll be another run. No one went into the previous time. Oh, yeah, I think there's something like when it doesn't actually activate, it might have a shorter timer or something, but I don't know. Oh, Templar is in this. I completely forgot. Like, I looked at it and was like, one of them gives Templar. But for me, are you here? Oh, you are. It looks like we're a little bit over 24. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure how the timer works if it doesn't actually activate. Like, then I have no clue. Well, we're using this instead. Lifesteal, funny. Right, it'll... Oh, it's only 2 minutes left. In that case, I guess I'll just stay here. Poof. But yeah, I think... Does it make sense for my team to go up? Or does it make most... Like, would you rather that it's the other team that goes up? Like, I don't want to make, like, a veto or anything besides. We are 24, so it might actually be best. Like, if there's 3 parties, there's probably 3 parties, then if the party of... Emir says, we said we were going up, I thought. You can go up. That also makes sense. The only reason why I suggested I go up was because I think you can focus target the boss down, like on the down, if you are up. But it doesn't matter to me. We just need to keep track of the HP on the things. With that said, we will be 3 parties. So it might be... Like, this is going to be really confusing. But... one of our parties might want to go like halfsies. So like you have 8 down, 8, like a full group down, a full group up. And then like one of our parties split up halfsies so that we have 4 extra on both sides. And I can be in the group where we're only 4. That could work. What's the best way to gain metal? Do skirmishes like fates and do critical engagements. I'm pretty sure the further up you go, the better they give. We should have a few minutes before actually, like, before we need to go. Maybe it'll help with making groups if, like... Oh, we're 26! Now it gets really weird. If we split so that we can see who's in group. So, people in my group, if you go to the right, so like you spread away from the middle. And then maybe people in Gazel's group go to the left. Like over there, so that there's like an empty space for the people for the people to mingle and find friends. But it does look like we have a weird number of players. It's going to be difficult to split this up. It's going to be difficult. Maybe it's easier if we just, like, we have the 2 full groups here, and we just, like, have Ymir, Gazel's group go up, and our group go down. Wait with pulling if we can. We have plenty of time to make sure that our groups are properly balanced before we go for it. Something that is worth considering for those that haven't done this fight before. There will be, like, if you've done E12, there's going to be, like, lines that you have to soak to protect the tunnel armor. If it dies, we lose, as far as I remember. So, like, participate in the stacks. People. How many are you up there? 11 up. 12 up. We're 11 or 12 up, which means we have the rest down. $11. It would be better if one more person or even 2 more players go up if they are 11. Let me know when you're up there, Grau. Oh, we have pulled. Pull has happened. And now let's hope that we don't get memed by random latency. That would be sad. After all this preparation, we just get trolled because the boss too strong. Can someone up on the wall shout when their boss reaches like 50%? Just let us know. Top is at 70%. And bottom is hitting 60% now. Oh boy. And that is why you bring a tanky essence, so that you can be distracted streamer guy and not die. We're past 50%. Top is also past 50%. Form ranks! All right, I'll just be the guy shouting stuff in the back then. Bottom is reaching 30% now. %20 on the bottom. Is top keeping up? Do we hold? Is top falling behind? Is top falling behind? Top is at 8%. So we just go for it. Suddenly we stopped getting updates for like 20%, give or take. Then it gets concerning. There's the possibility that they had like a bunch of deaths or something and suddenly nothing mattered. Extremely well done, everyone. Remember that there will be loot. I believe the loot like spawns right inside the door. And if you miss it, you just don't get it. Like it just means no loot. And yes, I do agree, Aradel. You're right, Emir. You're right. This is very easy compared to what it used to be. It like the boss just got stomped compared to what I'm used to. But I still think it was the right thing to like be a little over prepared. Right. I think what we will do is that our team will go right. And I guess then Gazel's team will go left. I don't know what we'll do with the rest. Like, I don't know. But that we do have a full party. Each. But we do have a little bit of time to discuss this. It doesn't seem like we're lacking for healing or tanks, actually, so I should probably swap out my tank stance for death. Oh, right, he's invulnerable. I'm being an idiot. Now he's invulnerable again! Woohoo! Oh. Gaze! We go up here, over here, up the stairs, and then I don't know. We would have to split north and south. So let's see. I will go northeast. I don't know what we'll do beyond that. Like basically try and split as we go up the stairs here. Very nice. That was a very nice split. We even have a tank and a healer. Excellent. Perfect. If I remember correctly, it's better to save the death for the bosses inside the doors. And basically, you open the doors, see if there's someone to be saved. If there is not, then you move on. If you see a boss but no hostage, you leave it and come back. Like you come back once we've saved the hostages. You just open the doors. Well, bam! There you go. And then we just run down the hall to the next one. A difficult thing, Rain, with that is that it scales. Oh, that's a boss? I mean, don't exactly want to do that, but I guess it's fine. We have cleared northeast at least. Oh. I'll try and death him once the timer's up so that we can move on. One person... I can't remember if you even have to stay on the platforms anymore, if they changed that. You used to have to leave a guy on it. Does that count? What do we have left? I don't know if you have to still stand on it anymore. It's really confusing. Which ones do we not have? Where have we not heard from? It says you don't have to stand on it anymore. In that case, I guess there's people fighting down there. Let's hope it works. Nope, that one missed. Well, I mean, 2 out of 3 is pretty good, right? Yeah, back in the day, you actually needed to have a person to stand on each platform, but I believe they removed that when they made it scale. Because, like, imagine if they made it scale with the number of players, but you still need 6 players to stand on each platform. Yeah, you're 5 players, the entire duty scales to the number of players, but you're missing a guy. You're missing one guy. Face off. Hope you're doing well. Right, the gate's open. We can continue. We missed 1 prisoner. That's actually pretty good. That's actually pretty good. There are only 3 in southeast. Ah. Oh well. I don't know who brought Protect and Shell too, but I see my buff is running out. I'm guessing I'm not the only one. All I know is Dragon Cake. Have you genuinely only been using Dragon Cake, Ryoma? The prisoner died as the guy died. Ah. I'm guessing death either wasn't brought in the group or failed. Really unlucky. Yay! I have bubble. This one, I specifically like the real scary parts of this duty was always the first boss, because if you didn't like spread the group evenly enough or communication was bad, you'd just wipe to something stupid. And then the other scary one was this one, because you could like, if people missed something or didn't get it, you could easily wipe multiple times here, and then it didn't matter that you had 36 minutes. It didn't matter, and that's genuinely the reason why I was been going like, we don't have long, we have to make sure that we get it right, because if we don't, then we won't have time. And I remember so many times having to save people from the deep freeze there. Lightning? Is that the donut? Nope. Lightning! How about some more oh no, I don't remember how to do that. I'm glad someone else seems to do. Oh man. I saw it and then I remembered that I don't remember. And here it comes is knockback and circlewee. From what I can tell. In what order? Both? Yes. And then knockback and deep freeze, so keep moving. Growl's not having a good time. Don't worry. These things happen. I was just an inch from dying myself a moment ago. Will we even see the oh, the meteors are coming now. Will we see the meteors? I say as boss casts meteor. Got Sephiroth Extreme. That's always a fun one. And my dots ran out. Is it same pattern? Nope, it's slightly adjusted pattern. By the way, after the boss, remember to loot your chests. There'll be many chests because we saved many people. Because we're very, very good boys and girls. And people that don't identify as boys or girls. Those also good. Very nice. Very, very nice. Loot. 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 And loot. Should we, I mean, we have a lot of tanks. But we could be the lion group. And a real tank. Oh, Grau, are you bringing the thing where you do damage? We need to be sure who's going before we do it. Like that's the only thing I care about. A group has to go. So I just need to know if there's like if we're doing something else. Yeah, we can just change players. Ymir, leave your group. No, okay, I'm not doing it if you're doing that that shenanigans. I can't do it if you're like doing the snail move. Then I'm not changing the party. What was that? I can swap places and then take pulls instead. Oh boy. Also, hey randoming, hope you're doing well. The main reason why we are trying to not let it randoming is because then you get like a bunch of people in different parties. So it's really hard for them to like, what if someone takes damage? It might be hard for the healers to heal them and things like that. It's just easier if you have like a party to do it with. Oh. This is scary. With the lag? I'm sorry if you didn't pull, Tay. It just looked like you pulled. It's taking an awfully long time. It's just me? Lion? We're Lion. Lion Man. Oh, here it comes. Well, we have a mishmash of players now. Did we get at least one tank? Go! I suppose that also works. I'm just of the old school back when you actually had to make a good team or it wouldn't work. And that's not what I wanted to cast. Oh, right, we don't even have to kill him completely. Isn't it a good thing you come back with invuln for 10 seconds? Ain't that lucky for us? Wind! Oh wow, it's already over. You know, Ymir, you really were right about this one. This was extremely easy compared to what I'm used to. And I should say, I was still doing Castrum after people started having like 10s across the board. Perhaps I'll take your measure another time, until we meet again. Smoke bomb! Imagine how much better CLL would be with voice acting. Yeah, imagine. That exactly, Ymir. That was the possibility, and if I had gone, it's easy, and then we just get dumpstered because I said nothing, and everyone's just completely unprepared for what's coming, and then we lose, then that's kind of on me, which was why I was like selling it as if it was a lot harder than it really was, because, I mean, could you imagine if we were underprepared and we lose, and then we have to wait another hour for it again? Like, it would mean that the reason we didn't get to do the loop room was because I didn't prepare us. So, like, that's part of the reasoning, is that I felt like it was partly on me to make sure that we got it. And I also believe there are some people here that really wanted this to like they were going here for the first time and trying to get the clear, and finally there's like 20 people and then they're all not prepared or something, right? Could you imagine? Because your Mentor series are cute, all extreme primals, those make really fun fights. That's an interesting approach, but I'm glad you had fun with it. That may be the first time I've gotten good use out of Six-Sided Star? Really? And I agree, Aradel. From my memories, if you just got some rando up on Lion, it suddenly rocketed up to a situation where you might actually not beat it, and then you wipe because some person clicked the portal and they shouldn't have. Like, that was how important it was at some point. some mentors love it when you queue extreme trials, but they don't, like, I would say I don't mind getting extreme trials as long as you're listening or you are prepared. Like, either one works. Something troubles you. Their soldiers fell so easily, fled so quickly. This all seems too easy. We struck before the reinforcements could arrive, as planned, and our soldiers fought valiantly. If you believe our victory came easy, it is because your plan was executed to the letter, sir. Yes, your plan went exactly as it was planned. Take it from me. Tiny child in a schoolgirl outfit and sunglasses. I would know. Thank you for coming, Veggie. And good night to you. Perhaps. Caetsu. Hi. Is Mikoto all right? She's not here. We'll try to do the loop room as well. We must split up and search for her. I don't believe that will be necessary. Rude? You are outnumbered and outmatched, Messiah. Release her, and we may yet be lenient with you. I'm not here to bargain, Baisalian. Please, Messiah, whatever your grievance may be, I'm certain we can find a solution, but you have to let her go. We can build a better Bozja, Messiah, together. Ever the optimist, and likely the first to go when this is all over. Caetsu, if you would see her unharmed, come over here, nice and slowly. Main character spotted. Ah, no, what do you mean? Ready the blades and wait for an opening. Totally not sus as they move forward. How I have waited for this moment. Caetsu, I'm so sorry. Careful. It would be a pity if I were forced to sully a holy relic such as this. Thank you for coming, Emir. Have a good evening. Would you care to enlighten our friend here as to its history? And then she told the story, apparently. What is she planning? And what is that queer-looking blade? Here. Oh, lunch! Thanks! We're going to take a little trip into the memories of this blade. If you wish to keep Mikoto in one piece, that is. Right, that's one more bone. Ham, are you keeping count? Plus one bone. Mikoto! Do it! Do it now! Materia intends to explore the memories of that blade. Perhaps, while she is occupied, we can... Hey, Katja, we just beat it. It was actually really nice. Very easy. Davey says, by kicking Mikoto away, she kinda lost all leverage. You know, that is a good point. How will she stab her now? No, it sounds as though Mikoto and Katsu will be going with her. Interrupting them may have dire consequences. We must wait for a moment. Just a moment here. My sound was going completely crazy. Needed a little fix there. Usually works. And here we are. She, is not very dressed, is she? Do I need to blur this? Is she single? Is it done then? It's warm in Bozja. The smash cut between her and the blades there. Basically wearing winter coats, it looks like. Her royal bikini. I'll say future past now. Hope you're doing well. She does not breathe, and her pulse has ceased. I'm here too now. We were fortunate to catch her unawares. Were we to have incurred the wrath of the blade, she may have destroyed us all. Nope, the queen was not necessarily a Hrothgar. A quick, painless death. Like as not, she did not even realize what happened. I believe Bozja was like a mishmash of like a few races. But there is the possibility that they made that decision of like, well, we don't have female Hrothgar yet, so... And that's the story. I don't know. Is this the memory of the last queen? "'Tis true the blade possessed a terrible power, but was this the only way?" I thought myself able to control it, to harness its power for good, and yet, it seems I was found wanting. I have the augmented version of the tank gear, so I have it pink. At the very least, I shall take heart in the knowledge my people are safe. Naught but lies and deceit. They used you, betrayed you, slaughtered you, and dragged your name through the dirt. Now rise, my queen, exact your vengeance, erase their accursed legacy from the pages of history. Yeah, exactly, Tay. Off camera, real quick, oops. No! Leave her be! Uh-oh. You know, Monsieur, you think you've won. But, are you sure about that? Future Past now says, what's really funny is the queen is a custom body with a royal head because the writer didn't like the muscle. Huh, I didn't even notice. That is pretty funny. Gazel says Yugiri was using a Catgirl model when they didn't have Aura yet. Probably not the case here. I don't know. In this case, they probably didn't even know if or when Femroths would be a thing, so they just kind of had to write the story assuming that it wouldn't be a thing. Go, claim what is yours. She casting 2 mortal flames? She casting 10 mortal flames? Is she casting flesh? Uh-oh. Well, that's not good. Through the power of her stand, God save the queen. She can temper normal people, it seems. Death to the deceivers, in the name of the queen. First blood. Uh-oh. Retreat. Are you sure, okay? Hope you're doing well. And yes, it was something like that. That they chose a commoner so that they could basically sacrifice them. Block! Well, that's a weird nightmare to wake up from, huh, Mikoto? Oh, that sword has, like, the Zelda thing. So I guess Mishia has full hearts right now, so that she can, like, shoot projectiles by swiping the sword. Mikoto, no! Marsak! Yoinkers! By the way, Ham, one more bone. Kaetsu, we must withdraw and regroup. I don't know what to tell you, Bysalian. I'm channeling this thing. I don't know how much MP she has. Oh, right. We could just shoot her. All of you, run. Bwagi. It's return of the Bwagi. Would it be easy if you're fighting this while singing God Save the Queen? Is this the second time I've zoned into Bozja just for it to go, wait. Now we can get exit. Finally. Let me just rank up first. Whee! No. And for his neutral special, Wagi wields a gun. Exactly. I think someone else mentioned that they could access the loot room. They were rank 14, so let's see. Do you have more to report? I guess. I guess I do. It's kind of weird how they're like, do you have more to report? And you're like, I don't know, I just got here. Did you know that I have more to report? What's going on here? It's Windy. So the legends of her power are true then. We thought them mere fairy tales. It wouldn't be the first time one turned out to be true. Trust me. But she's the protector of Bozja. Why would the queen do such a thing? Messiah, she's planted a seed of hatred within the queen. The queen's memory was altered then. That hatred seemed to be reaffirmed within the queen when the queen looked upon the soldiers bearing the weapons of her guard. Messiah was likely anticipating that reaction. Death to the deceivers, they said. Gods, what happened all those years ago? Let us not dwell on the past. The blades must be saved. So very, very careful camera angle, this. I'm afraid the effects of tempering cannot be undone, or rather, a cure is yet to be found. Mikoto? Damn it all. Was this part of a plan as well? Let us return to Gangos. There's still much for us to discuss. Understood. Only way they could fit your data with the shot. That is true. Still though. Very careful camera angle, that. Oh, we have to exit to progress the quest. So I guess that's what we're doing. Yeah, that is a... I think it's a... Is it Vanga? I thought they were called Banga. We're running out and figuring out the quest thing. And then we have to get back in. Gleaming says it's so hard I have to solo these crazy difficult fights and they give me 800 metal if I do. I'm guessing they give... Are you having, like... Are you unable to finish them? Is that why? Because I feel like they gave a lot more. To lose the Castrum and Gunhilda's blades both, a heavy and most unexpected blow. It seems that rather than rely on sheer numbers, Menelaus had a far more devious scheme in mind all along, and we played right into his hands. Thankfully, reinforcements from Dalmasca have recently arrived, and more from the Eastern Alliance will soon join our ranks as well. Until then, there's naught to do but wait and plan our next move. Now is the time to rest, my friend. You have more than earned it. Meanwhile, at Castrum Lacus Litore. Well, word around here is you summoned a primal, is that right? You certainly know how to make a good first impression, don't you, lass? I've seen similar from Albelio and that aura side of his, but a primal summoning, that takes a great deal more ether, doesn't it? And I'd imagine even more to control it. Haste is basically just like, you know how Greased Lightning works, where it just reduces your GCD? It's kind of like that. You've done well. Now go. Tend to your wounds. That's an order. We have ample time before the resistance returns, and when they do, I will have need of you again. Understood? The augmented Bozja gear gives haste specifically in Bozja content, so... Sounds... I mean, Gazel, here's the thing. The problem with speed is that it comes at the cost of something else. Like, having a faster GCD is, like, for free is good. Even if it makes some rotations really whack and weird. More speed is more speed, and that's ultimately a good thing. And it is a shorter GCD. It is a shorter GCD, say. Yes, sir. Poor thing. If only she could learn to let go. It would be better for everyone. Well, some more than others. I finally took off his helmet. What do you want? I trust you're aware of the request from the 3rd Legion to return to the capital. Of course I am, but Gabranth is in no position to comply with such orders. I thought as much. Not that it matters. Nerva is just like his father Titus. Weak and a coward. Unfit to give orders. Let alone lead a nation. Having spent time serving under Bash, I understand full well your frustration, but the Garlemald you long for is a thing of the past. Though I must say your plans to stall for time have proven quite effective. One can only hope you are as prepared as our dear Noah for what comes next. What is it you're trying to say? Soldiers with potential like her are not something to be used and discarded like an old boot. We've never considered her to be expendable. She's a valuable asset. For now, at least. Like I always say, death finds a way to weed out the unremarkable and otherwise ill-fortuned. I almost envy you and your insocience? Not that you would ever heed my counsel on such matters, let alone Gabranth's. Says the man who ignores the counsel of peers and superiors both to defend Bozja. Can I have his axe? But I really have to hand it to you. Enthralling those resistance soldiers was a fantastic idea. Why bother with persuasion when you have the power to enslave minds? Ha ha ha. Flattery ill suits you, lion, even when false. Perhaps, but dirty tricks like that suit you quite well, don't they? You always were a conniving bastard, a real snake in the grass. That I shall take as a compliment. Does speed also speed up auto attacks? I don't know. Unforgiven. Unforgotten. Save the Queen, chapter the second. The second? Dooming says if a dot would stack, then speed is double dipping, or... I don't quite understand that question. We know under normal circumstances that speed increases the damage of dots, and speed increases the damage of auto attacks. But haste? I'm pretty sure basically everywhere you see haste, it gives you haste, and it doesn't really explain what that means. So all we know for certain is what we've tested, and... well, I haven't tested whether haste gives auto attack damage or dot damage. It might. I'm pretty sure the way Greased Lightning works is that it reduces the time between auto attacks. But it does not increase dot damage, as far as I know. So, hard to say. We now exchange potion coins for gear by speaking with the resistance suppliers at Uchia's Aegis. Gear provided by the resistance supplier possesses special attributes that are only effective when battling on the Bozja southern front. Oh boy. It pains me to say it, but we have reached a stalemate on the Bozja southern front. The 4th Imperial Legion seems content to play with the waiting game, perhaps to conserve their strength until reinforcements arrive. We must act before their ranks are replenished. There's much we wish to discuss with you, though I dare say Baisallian could explain it better than I. That sounds about right, Ryoba. That's also why it feels quite wild how much you can reduce the GCD. Mineas is 55, known from field notes, but he looks so young. Yeah, maybe it's because he's an elf. Insouciant, a casual lack of concern. Allow me to cut straight to the heart of our troubles. Though we were forced to abandon the Castrum, it was our hope that Messiah's display of force there was no more than an act of desperation to buy them time. But since then, Queen Gunhilda has been quick to join the fray each time we engage their forces, leaving us little choice but to retreat. We've sustained heavy casualties. Many of those not slain outright have been made slaves to Messiah's will. I fear she could defeat our forces utterly if she so chose. Our Dalmascan allies, however, have information to the contrary. To put it plainly, we believe the 4th Imperial Legion has all but exhausted its resources. In the wake of Emperor Varus's death, the War of Succession has brought the whole of Garlemald to the brink of collapse. As for Gabranth, he has refused orders to return to the capital. Apparently he harbors dreams of building some new nation on the ruins of Dalmasca. He may once have played the loyal servant to Solus, but there was no love lost between him and Varus. It seems his allegiance to Garlemald died with the Emperor. If what you say is true, cutting ties with Garlemald has deprived his forces of any troops or supplies they would otherwise have received. Lord Hien was quick to reach the same conclusion and ordered an assault on the 4th Imperial Legion. That would explain why reinforcements from Gabranth have yet to reach the Bozjan southern front. Exactly. As we speak, allies from both Dalmasca and Nagsia endeavor to halt their advance. Nevertheless, our foes on the Bozjan front have Gunhilda's blades at their command, giving them the upper hand. Would that there were a way to free them from Messiah's control. There may yet be hope, Narsak. I recently received word from the Scions that a cure for their affliction had been found. However, the procedure would require a great deal of preparation, and that is to say nothing of the difficulty in employing this treatment in combat. If only I hadn't been captured by Messiah, none of this would have happened. The fault lies with me. I'm the one who failed to see through her deceit. You're not to blame for any of this.
Aye, no use mooning about feeling sorry for yourself. Next you'll be saying we should have never reforged the blades of Gunhilda.
Well... Commander, we received word of another summoning.
Mikoto, wait, where are you going?
It must be the summonings, but we can think about that later. Please, Caetsu, you've got to stop her. Oh, we're already ready to go back, apparently. Do we have a... Did we lose group 2? Do we have people left in the front? Now that's really weird. It's just handed fragments that I can't even use. Group 2 has 5. Well, that doesn't add up. Ham says, I think you will return out after 1 or 2 cutscenes. I'm not rank 14, just so you know. But if that's the case, maybe I should just go in. And then I'll just come back out if it seems like we're back into questing or grinding. Oh, you're still in there. We're expecting to go into the Ruben Reginae today, Lugadamachi. It's just a matter of when. Especially if it's rank 14. And that's totally okay, Gleaming. It was just that it said I couldn't go in because you were still in the group outside. I'm not trying to stay, like, to rush so that you have no chance of catching up. That's not what I'm doing. It's just, I'm just, you know, progressing. If the Queen were to appear, we would only be a burden. You must go on without us. Bram. Bram, Bram. Excuse me? Excuse me?
I'm coming through.
What are you doing here, Mikoto? I'm out here trying to get captured again.
Low-born traitor.
Don't, Voron. Voron, you'll only provoke her. How the tables have turned. Now, hold still. This won't hurt a bit. Hey! Wait, please, don't!
Blah.
Hmm. That doesn't look good. Hmm? Something wrong, Monsieur? You've spared 2 of your captives. Do it. Ha! See, it all popped again. Wow. Apologies. Seems I misspoke. If you've come to bark orders, don't bother. The next step in my plan has already been set in motion. Now, if you'll excuse me. Isn't it weird how the Guardians are just okay with this? Isn't that strange? Oh, the Primal is on our side? Well, in that case... I certainly hope she knows what she's doing. That icon of hers is all we have left to buy us time until reinforcements arrive. He said, hoping we'd hear it. But what on earth could this new plan of hers be? Oh, I do so love a good scheme. Alas, I've been strictly forbidden from helping her. Bruh. There's like, the only thing missing is like... as he said all that. Let us return to Gangus. I've seen more than enough.
You must see more! See more!
That looks promising. And Bysalian was there. Perfectly easy to see from Messia, so she probably did see him or plan for him to be there. And we were there. And then we ran in. I ran a little faster because of my short legs. That looks promising. So I got something, apparently. They look so defenseless. Would be a shame if we... Ooh, I got a thing. Be a shame if we attacked them right now, right?
Not another step. We have you surrounded.
She was like a red mage. And a summoner.
It's over, Messia. We know full well the crystal's power is spent.
Oh, a thing! Another vision. Did you see it too? Yeah, conveniently. Come, Caetsu, we must inform the others. Slowly. Oh, a thing! Oh, level 80, right. How weird.
This quest requires you to not be able to get XP from it, for some reason. Now that Blade Chaiji has arrived, would you care to elucidate your findings, Mikoto?
To speak plainly, I believe the apparition summoned at Castrum Lacus Litore and again on the southern front is not what we would call an icon or primal, not in the strictest sense of the term.
The hell's you talking about, lass? I've heard my fair share of tales about primals, and what you've all told me of this Queen Gunhilda fits the description to a bloody tittle. According to our records, Queen Gunhilda wielded the power of the blade not to summon a god, but to become one, that she could protect our people.
So she made herself a vessel for its power, then? Monsieur claimed that after the fourth umbral calamity was averted, the queen was able to return to her mortal form. Tales passed down through the ages state much the same. It appears Queen Gunhilda was able to call upon its power at will.
Then that would mean that a living vessel is required to wield the blade's true power, but that does not explain why it instead manifested in the form of Queen Gunhilda.
Based on our experience in the Castrum and what we observed on the southern front, I believe the blade was imbued with the Queen's memories in the form of ether at the moment of her death, and that this crystal focus was used to draw them out. Does that not sound familiar, Caetsu? Ether absorbed into a vessel and thereafter used to call forth unspeakable monstrosities. I mean, the jump to unspeakable monstrosities is maybe a bit wild, but apart from that, Mikoto... Precisely, it is a phenomenon quite similar to the aura site we discovered in Rabanastra. Rabanastra? As you may recall, Agath Thadalphus harbored a burning desire to rule, which was made manifest in the ruins of Lesalia. And...
Aye, it was the same for my brother, Bagamnan. His guilt over the deaths of the prince and princess served as a catalyst for his own grisly transformation. Like a knife through butter! Like a knife through butter. Like a blade through butter. I see. From what we have learned of the Holy Blade thus far, it has much in common with Orosite.
This is merely conjecture, but I suspect that Save the Queen was actually crafted from Orosite and altered to amplify the desires of whoever wields it.
But who would be capable of such a feat? I don't know.
I cannot say with any certainty, but together with the crystal foci, it is reminiscent of ancient Allagan technology. How it found its way into the hands of Bozjans is anyone's guess.
Now hold on a bleeding minute. Let me see if I'm understanding this right. You're saying that thing you saw in the Castrum weren't no primal, but a mere sliver of the Queen's ether, what was left over in the blade.
Seems like it, but on the other hand, Monsieur can keep conjuring it up as many times as you want.
Considering what it was designed for, that share of the Queen is the least of our worries.
Indeed, Messiah's ultimate goal is likely to become a vessel for the blade's power, much like the Queen did to avert the fourth umbral calamity. With apt preparation, Caetsu could likely vanquish this shade of Queen Gunhilda. But if Messiah could succeed in bringing the full power of the blade to bear... Are you suggesting there's a chance she could lose? Impossible. Why, I can't even count the number of stories I've heard of Caetsu's god-slaying adventures. What's one more notch on her belt? The belt she's not wearing? I would rather it not come to that. Thankfully, Messiah has yet to find a store of crystals suitable for her plans. And I doubt she will, for the time being at least. If the blade was designed in like manner to the crystal foci, we must act now, while there's still time.
New entries in the field record. Fit for a queen! For a queen!
Wait until Endwalkers learn more about white Orosite. Well, that's how it's been for a while. Haven't we had white Orosite since, like, A Realm Reborn?
If Messiah yet lacks what is required to fulfill her plans, then we must either wrest the blade from her grasp or destroy it. Should the situation call for it, we may need to cut her down in the process.
May need? What if it were possible to take both Messiah and the blade into her custody without conflict? As I understand it, there have been markedly fewer sightings of the Queen's apparition, correct?
Yes, and with good reason. With no means of combating such a foe, our troops have barely set foot outside of our encampments.
I believe that Messiah has her own reasons for making only sporadic appearances. She must use the crystal focus to conjure Queen Gunhilda, and therein lies the rub, for its reserves of ether are not without limitation.
Then perhaps she fears the crystal focus nears exhaustion. But what prevents her from simply restoring its ether and resuming her assault?
Well, it just so happens the crystal focus requires ether of a very specific sort. We were only able to find one source, and that's still depleted from when we used it. Before we returned, Caetsu and I chanced to spy Messiah commanding Queen Gunhilda to enslave a group of soldiers, but the apparition vanished after turning only one of them. I suspect the crystal lacked the energies necessary to complete the task.
That's all well and good, lass, but Messiah ain't no fool. Until she figures out how to get the crystal focus working again, she won't be showing her face again.
She will. At least, I think she will. Caetsu and I shared under the vision of the future. How convenient.
Heading to the ruins in the midst of a storm. But for what?
I don't know, but the storm's coming now. Well, it looks like that part of the vision is already coming true. Thunderclouds are gathering above the southern front, and a nasty downpour won't be far behind.
Then we must make ready before the rains come in earnest. Marsik, ready the men. I understand your trepidation, Mikoto, but you must have faith in your gift. We will stop Messiah. I promise you that. It was not by Caetsu's hand alone that we survived our ordeal in Abanastra, lest you forget. We each have our part to play, and yours is no less important than any other. Speaking of which, you'd best join the others and set out before the rains come.
Yes, of course. Caetsu says, I wonder if Mikoto's visions causing future to happen. Visions causing the future to happen, or would it happen without those visions? In this particular case, we can probably assure ourselves that this would not happen without her seeing it. Because they're specifically there because they saw it, right? Like, they wouldn't have known to go there if Mikoto hadn't seen the future, which is actually even weirder. Like, you see a future, and you decide to follow it. And that's a solo duty. Everything appears to be in order. Are you ready, Caetsu? I guess I'll have to do it as Dark Knight. I'm pretty sure that... Let's see... Several cutscenes will play in sequence. Oh boy. Right? The classic. And I have to be level 80 at least. Well, I guess we'll Dark Knight it then. Am I ready? I was waiting for you. But that is an interesting idea, Katja. The fact that Mikoto saw that future means that it was basically already written that it would happen if her future sight is consistent. Like, it doesn't matter. They would show up here. Which of course means that the future already assumes she was going to share it if she saw that. So it's like if she had seen the future that she would eat a bagel for breakfast, hypothetically, but her seeing that she would eat a bagel for breakfast would cause her to eat cornflakes or something instead, then she would not have seen herself eat a bagel for breakfast. She would see cornflakes, unless that would cause her to eat a bagel. I suppose. I guess. I know that's a really silly example, but like it's the idea of the future sight. Exactly, Osteixius? Osteixius? Exactly. Don't think about it too hard. Although it is interesting to think about, because it is fascinating in like, how would it work? What if her telling Baisalion of this future sight would specifically cause him to go, ha, no, we're not doing that. Would she have seen it? Or does she just see a potential future? Temporal mechanics sound like a Star Trek episode. Yeah, it kind of does. Not another step. We have you surrounded. Ah. Wow. Wow. Well, so far it's true. But then we didn't see the rest, so maybe... It's over, Monsieur. We know full well the crystal's power is spent. They're getting... Uh-oh. It's my mount! The double ambush. A trap. Come out, Mikoto. I know you're here. You thought your visions of the future would offer an advantage, but you're not the only one possessed of such gifts. Not any longer. Oops. A scholar you may be, but you were a fool to come here. Your precious knowledge will avail you naught against the kiss of cold steel.
Do not be unnerved. Without the queen to aid them, victory may yet be ours. To arms!
That's the spirit? I'm not a scholar, I'm a bard. She's a white mage. She's not even a scholar. She's a white mage, I'm pretty sure. And I am a tank. I don't know if I'm supposed to just be pulling everything like this, or if I was supposed to share the burden a little bit. She's a cheat is what she is. Oh yeah, she has like, ow. She has like a super ultra dodge, where she just like phases out of existence when she's about to get hit by something. Can we have that? Also, what are you doing, Mazek? You kidding? You have 2 vulnerability stacks. What are you doing? The AoEs are too nice to not harm to harm her. Well, she doesn't look dressed for combat. We'll give her a chance. AoEs can... Maybe? I'll fight this one. Okay, we fight this one over here. Okay, okay. What? What? Looks like Mikoto's tanking something. What's happening? She just walked up. Like... What? It's really funny. It's incredibly funny. She just walks up and tanks gunshots, yeah. I'll protect my friends, just walks forward. They're just having like a Pokemon battle over there. Mikoto used stone. It's a critical hit. Musia used gun. Blam! Miss! Dun 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 dun. Aura prevents gunshot wounds. She blocks with her scales. That I have to say, that looks incredibly... Like, I do realize that everyone else in the area is basically doing this too. But it looked particularly funny because she just confidently stepped up in front of Musia. Like, yep, I got this. And started doing that. Like, I see... Like, you can see over there, there's like... He's just spamming Fast Blade. He's just casting, like, Fire 1. Fast Blade. Fire 1, and it just goes blam 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 for a little bit. Like, they're all just sandbagging like crazy. They're also sandbagging. Like, they grabbed one of these and just went over and like, I'm the only one really fighting here. I can only hear saying, see, gun does nothing. Worst gun ever. Angry. Uh-oh. How about some more? Also true, Ham. I think you want Messia dead at this point. Well, have you broken the lock yet? We've just been expecting it. Yes, ma'am. Opening it now. Hey, Bronto. Hope you're doing well. Da-da-da-da-da. Is that the guy from the Gunbreaker quest line? Hope you don't mind me butting in. Was that someone else? I can't remember. Rustic, what are you doing here? I couldn't let you have all the fun. Gonna let you lot have all the fun. Another one come crawling out of the woodwork. Gunhilda's blades, to me. You're to protect this blade with your lives. In the name of the Queen! Of the Queen! Where are they going? Stop ignoring me. Ow. It's specifically the other guy from the Gunbreaker quest line. Right, right. Go on ahead. Leave their toys to us. Ow. We'll be right behind you. Now go. Mikoto needs you. Mr. Cameo. I'm rank 13, by the way. It seems like it. Look at the Magi. Well, we're exiting out to Gangos. From what I can tell, it seems like the requirement for the loot room is mostly just beat Castrum. It doesn't need just to be level 80 to actually do it, does it? Oh. Well. Guess we are playing Astrologian. Oh my goodness, my gear. Phew. Phew. So that we're still leveling something. Right. Right, so I'm assuming everyone here is how long does the loop room originate take? Less than an hour? Less than an hour. Right, so if you want to join for the loop room originate, first of all, come on over to me. so that I know who wants to come along. Then we'll see how many people we can bring. It does look like we will need more than one group. Do we have a leader for group 2? Sip, you can set up an alliance. Let me check here. I'm pretty sure this isn't this only for Savage? I'm pretty sure it's intended for Savage because I think, isn't it? You can do it for normal too. Oh, well, then that's very easy. I do this. It doesn't have to be private. Strangers are perfectly allowed to come along as well. So if you just join in. I don't know if we can queue in. But we'll see. I guess we can enter. We'll see what happens once we have everyone. Would it be a problem if I have to tag out in the middle of the run? I don't know. I remember that they made it so that it scales, but I don't know if it scales down if people leave in the middle of it. Let's see. Did we get the... It would have been really funny if I got like a deep Templar one. That would have been extremely funny. I think I'll just go with the Templar one I have. Does anyone remember if there's any death? Like anything worth using death for? See, Growl says it doesn't adjust if players leave. Yeah, lost death. It's because I still have charges left. So it's just like... It's all bosses. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yeah, in that case, like I brought a few options. I'll probably have probably put on the tank one just in case, and then I think I'll use perception because there are traps. We don't need it, but I have it, so. Oh yeah, banish! That's true, that is a good point. Completely forgot about that. I'll do that then. Something like this. Probably good. I know, Growl, but I don't have anything else. There's no point in me bringing Protect and Shell because someone else has a better Protect and Shell than me. And I don't have Seraph Strike, for example. I don't know if I'd want that as Astrologian. There's another Lost Cast inside, that's also true. Did we get everyone that wants to come in? And I'll take some damage buffs for you. I don't have that many. And many of them are like Kiss Curse stuff. Growl. Which is the reason why I just go with something safe. I would have normally gone, you know, with Sarah's Strike. But I don't have it. That's why it ends there. Is there anyone that is going to come that isn't in the party yet? Gleaming says, I made it from 6 to 8 today, grueling work. It sounds like it. I am surprised. Kind of. I do remember it took us like a full 6 hours to go from 1 to 10, with all the cutscenes as well. Also true, our alliance is actually pretty close to full. Does Domino's deliver to the loop room? Probably. Oh yeah, if you've already done the loop room, there should be like a weekly quest over here that gives like some extra coins and metal. Somewhere over here. I can't remember. Like if you've done the loop room before, you know, it's free. It's free real estate. Just free stuff. Are we... Like, I'm just asking one more time. Is there anyone that is, like, on the way? Fair enough, Gleaming. I'm sorry that things didn't pan out so that you could come for CLL. Sip, I wasn't looking at your gear because your gear gets normalized in Bozja stuff. Navarro's asking, is no one taking Flare Star? Aerodel has taken Flare Star. Isn't that going to be extremely costly as a red mage? Yeah, Sip also says they have Flare Star. Well, if Aerodel had... Like, I'm pretty sure Aerodel's Flare Star will do more damage, Sip. Am I doing the traps? I mean, I'll grab Perception. So if people will let me, I will try. Castle also has Perception. Alright. Yeah, basically, for those that have not done the Delubrum Reginae before, the hallways between bosses have traps in them. And yes, we're talking, oops, there was a trap, you're dead now, kind of traps. So it's beneficial to just let someone with Perception run ahead. It's like a classic that there's just like back when we had like full alliances easily, that there would just be someone that just ran ahead, died, got rest, and like now you knew that the trap was there. It's not there anymore, but it was there. It's gone now. And yet, what you'd often do is just have a tank invul and run ahead and just, you know, mine sweep. But, I mean, just Perception when we have them. I believe Perception is like something often people stockpile for the Savage version, because there you kind of need them, where on normal you can just rest people. But Smol Kai will not do Delubrum Reginae Savage ever. So these are these I can sacrifice. It feels like we're kind of just waiting. If I were to do Delubrum Reginae Savage, I would do it on my main. But I'm not doing it on Smol Kai. I mean, anime freaks, it's extremely fun to see people flop over themselves when it happens. It's not as fun when you're the one getting killed from it. Derby! Are you ready? Are you ready? Right, let's see if it'll allow us to enter now. You can't do it while you have Party Find open. Well, then close it. There are... Apparently, we need to queue as separate groups. I have a suggestion. Like, we either need 24 or we just need to make groups. Don't leave yet. Don't leave. Find your group. Let me see if I can do something to make it easier. I don't know. I can't actually remember if you can see markers from other groups like this. Are there people in the Alliance that are not even here? No markers. You cannot see this? You can't even see it and we're in the same party. Oh, wonderful. If we make our just like run to your groups so that you can find them and then we can just remake. So find someone from your group. It looks like Cesaria is trying to do something over there. So if you're in Alliance, seek over there. We have people that joined from the Party Finder, but they're not on Ravana. Such chaos. Basically, the way it works, for anyone that hasn't done this before, is that when we queue, it will try to get a full alliance for 24 minutes approximately. If it doesn't, for 10 minutes, if it doesn't get it, it will just send us in as is. But we can't enter with 20 players because programming is hard, I guess. Yeah, we are on Oceania. It seems like Cesario is completely alone from sea over here. So, if... Let's see... We're 8 in mine, right? Oh, we have one here. People are coming. Very chaotic this. Our options are go back into queue and wait until we have 24, or disband and make 3 parties and then queue. And then just wait the 10 minutes. And someone left. Yeah, I don't know. I'm very confused. It looks like what we're doing is we're disbanding and regrouping. I see... We're 17 people here. So how do we do that? Do you make a 3-man group? I'll disband and start inviting people near me. Oh, Gazel's doing something in Party Finder. What is Gazel doing in Party Finder? Yeah. Oh, you can make 8-man groups like that? Really? Okay, I'll stick with the 7 I have here. We'll just be 7. And I'll wait. Gazel has put up a Party Finder group to try and yoink some people. I am assuming there's a group forming over there, is that right? Sorry for the chaos. I have never tried to do Lupin Regine with more than 8 players. Usually we've been like 4. Chaos. Looks like we have another one coming in. Can someone pick them up? The other 2 parties are in Party Finder. We want to bring everyone. And can you imagine if after all this, we don't land in the same run after all? Because there's like 4 people queuing in their own time, which means that we just barely like spill over. I'm taking the silence means that everyone's in a group. Is that right? Everyone queues up. I mean, that could also happen. We don't do that. It should work if you're just queuing as a regular light or full party. Are we... is more people streaming in the 2 party finder groups? Or do you think that we're good? Hey Vyak, hope you're doing well. Given the silence I'm getting, I'm assuming that the groups are ready. Can we have the leaders over here? Can we get the leaders over here? Are you... Can you do a ready... Can you each do a ready check? Let me know when your ready check has gone through. Successfully, of course. Not like... Yeah. Looks like both groups are ready. Okay, I will queue when it says 9:45 Eorzea time. So 45 on the Eorzea time. And... Did Gazel click? There we go. Okay, we're all in the queue now. So now we should end up together. If we're all in the queue, we should end up together. I should have said that, guys. I did notice that there was one. For some reason, I forgot to say something. So, what's going to happen next is either we will get 24 people, or it should queue us for 10 minutes, and then it'll just go in with... How many are we? 19? We had 20? I think we had a 7 and a 7 and... I think we had a 7 and a 7 and a 6. Or do we have a 7 and a 6 and a 5? Hey Ryan, hope you're doing well. Seven and a 6 and a 5. In retrospect, it should probably have been a 6 and a 6 and a 6, but I think if it really comes to that, we can probably like like, if we really need... I don't think we need to, but if it comes to that, we can, of course, shuffle some players around once we're inside. The main concern is if there is a group with no healers, that can sometimes become a problem. It doesn't, like, for the most part, you don't really need to worry about whether you have a group with no tanks. It's just, well, you just, the groups that have tanks will tank. But those groups should have healers. Between lost actions and essences, everything can become... That is true. The key here is that if you have healers in a group, and God forbid they don't just all grab profane, then you know, because you have healers, that group is covered. Whereas, if you have a group that does not have healers, but it has like a bard that brought Cure 4, they have healing, but Cure 4 isn't endless. It's really strong though, but it isn't endless. Whereas a white mage can cast, you know, Medica 2 all day, if that's what needs to happen. So like, yeah, we can make it work. But it's often safer if you just know, well, there's a healer there. And yeah, for anyone that has not done the Delubrum Reginae before, the way that it works is in such a way that, let me put it like this, if you're in the business of greeting and going, that probably won't kill me, you should dodge. You should dodge. Because mechanics that are avoidable in Delubrum Reginae will put twice come ruin on you. Which means if you get hit by something twice, as in something avoidable twice in a short amount of time, I think it's 1 minute, then the second time it'll just put doom on you for like 3 seconds. And it's not removable, so it just goes, you will die, goodbye. Like, just enough time for you to go, oh. That's it. I don't know why they do that. And yeah, you cannot unsync them, unfortunately. Or, it popped for one group? Well, that's unfortunate. We are getting split. There's not much we can do about it. Yeah, basically, good luck to the group that went in. I wonder why that happened. I guess there's a lot of different sized groups. Oh, someone declined. Your queue got... Someone declined. Be careful doing that, everyone. Because you can only click no a certain number of times for stuff like this. You don't want to do that. It shouldn't give you penalty for the first time. But, it shouldn't, like, if you do it multiple times, I don't remember if it's the second or third time, but it'll basically make it, like, you know how if you leave a group, you get barred from queuing for stuff for like 30 minutes? If you didn't say no to a queue pop too many times, it'll do that. Just anyway. As far as I know. I don't remember if it's a smaller penalty, but yeah. That's why we just said good luck. Because we didn't expect anyone to click no. Is someone AFK in Thessaria's group? Maybe ask in the group, check if everyone's available, that it didn't cancel because the person isn't even there. Ryuma says closest you can get is with 5 people. You get max echo, which is basically unsync. Yeah, I haven't done Delubrum in a long time, so I'm not even sure how they did it, like, did the scaling. Like, do they just make you insanely powerful, or do they weaken the mobs? Or is it a combination? But yeah, in the worst case, we're at least 5 in each group. Get a lot of extra health and a DPS buff. Excellent. I could imagine it's pretty high. I don't even know what happens when the 10 minutes are up. Like, I'm thinking, I know that after 10 minutes it tries to make a group of who's there, right? But does that mean that if, like, one group has waited 10 minutes, does it then just yoink the other groups that have been there for less than 10 minutes? Twice come still kills all the same, though. Yeah, that's true. It would be pretty funny if they were like, well, you can survive 8 times twice come ruin because you have a lot of echo or something. Hey, Traverse. Hope you're doing well. No echo can save you. I mean, what if it only hit for like 5 9s? What if it only hit for 5? Then maybe. I'm pretty sure Doom hits for nothing. I'm pretty sure just like /kill deletes you. No worries, Traverse. We're trying to get into the Lupin Reginae right now. It's been a journey. We found some people that are actually from Materia that joined our party finder, and we didn't get a full alliance, so we're just trying to enter as 3 separate groups of varying sizes, and we'll see if we get in. One of the groups had a queue pop that then cancelled. We don't know what's happening next. As far as I know of how all this works, as far as I know, after 10 minutes it tries to put us in. We'll see what happens. Too much echo and the game gets salty and turns twice come ruin into once come ruin. I mean, that's just attacks doing, like, just applying doom to you. Wouldn't that be really silly? Like, just boss mechanics that instead of one-shotting you, they just give you doom for 3 seconds? Like, just enough for you to go, oh no! Right, everyone, get ready in case it pops. I wanted to stick with you to better understand you, but all I understand is you have a knack for inflaming the natives. Well, there it is. I don't know if it pops for everyone else. We click yes. Anyone that didn't click yes, click yes. And we'll see what happens. We'll see how many we are. I'm guessing we're 7. A raid white that gives a 3-second doom that can be cured with a sooner. Then you have to choose who you're saving. All the healers just go, me. The bards go, me. Got just our party. Well, so we have three separate groups. That's kind of funny in a way. Well, good luck to everyone. It's a real shame. I'm sorry. I guess this is still what I'm rolling with. Wait for everyone to get there. It's a good thing we have like 3 healers. Erdel, you don't have an essence. Is that intentional? Two healers. Ah, right. We have a profane. Fair enough. We have 2 healers then. You mean 4? Right, we have a warrior. And he also has lifesteal. Yeah, well, Catcher, we queued almost exactly the same time. It just seems like it just grabs your party and sends you in. If you're, like, if it times out. And that's just how it is. But, I mean, I have like 100,000 HP. We had a successful ready check. You can't enter the Lubrum Regine with a below level 80 job, Traverse, so unfortunately I can't use Bard for this specifically. Yeah, I don't know, Kim. I have no idea what it was trying to accomplish. Also, by the way, Astrologian on this. I didn't see the first mercy. Did anyone else see the first mercy? The second mercy was here. The way that mechanic works is that the swords glow. Well, we're doing kind of good damage. Behind the barricades, behind the barric. I think Sip is dead. Nope. Oh, perfect. Phantom Edge. Is that the knockback? Nope. Yes. Verdant Tempest. Look, it's a stack marker. I don't remember what that does. Right. The color. My latency made it not work. However, having alive people is better than having not alive people. First mercy is over there. Sip, you have to tell us when you want or rest then. Seasons of Mercy. 'Tis the season to be, oh boy. There's a glare. And there's that. I do realize I'm not doing very much attacking right now. But that is actually part of the reason why I chose to just grab the tanky one, so that maybe I'd survive. Just need to make sure I don't fail a mechanic twice in a row, and we're good. I didn't quite remember that mechanic, so I was a little confused. It's been a while. It's been a while. And also, astrology on a latency is something else. I hope the other groups are doing well. Earthshaker. Another Earthshaker. Just make sure they're not overlapping, then it'll be fine. Oink. Ah, right. It's depending on what's he's standing on when he uses it. I had completely forgotten. Is this savage? No, this is normal. If this was savage, we'd be a lot more people. Everyone survived. Good. Does the Savage scale with numbers of players as well? I don't think so. But I don't know so. But I don't think so. I believe the Savage version also expects you to have 48 players. If I remember correctly. If we have people, if we have people checking in from the other teams, I would love to hear how you're coming along. Remember to loot the chest, by the way. Each person has to loot separately. Why? Why? I find it and you just stand in it. By the way, Mikoto has levitation as a spell and just uses it on herself. Bruh. What's going on? What's happening? Oh boy, the lag, the lag, the lag, the lag, the lag. Seeker's dead on C. Nice. Hopefully all three teams will make it. Like that's what I'm hoping to find as we go. That's specifically what I'm hoping to find. Just instant blink out, watch out, that knockback might get you killed. Whee. Oh no. No. With the lag. Don't greet this. At least it's not the map. Yeah, the fact that it's only like one side makes it way more like doable. Yeah. I heard a trick the other day. Someone told me that if you jump, it should update your position slightly sooner than normal. I don't know if it does anything, but that's the reason why you see me run out of telegraphs and then jump. To try and make it so that it goes, oh, you're there now. Oh, there's not a lot of safe spots. Ah! Any healers have a res for Sip? I don't have one. Nice. Da, who dead? B has cleared the first boss. I think there's more traps here. No traps until after Phantom. Okay, if you say so. Sees Queen's Guard. That's really fast. I guess. Unless you're just right ahead of us. Because I guess we're at Queen's Guard now. We haven't pulled yet. Okay, so we're keeping up. Well, you don't have to wait for us, just to be sure. LB, do we have a mage LB? Do we have a mage LB? That works. The alternative would be, we could also do a ranged one, but I think it hit everyone. What's happening? Why is is one of them just going ham on Ryoma? That is a scary mechanic. You just have to stand in the telegraph and hope that you did it right. And this time I believe they shuffle. Wasn't that the way they originally were? Hmm. Like, did they just like shuffle the deck completely and then go back to the original configuration? Perfect. They'll never suspect a thing. Is that the one? I'll trust you, I can't remember. Oh, right. The complete idiotic physics. The big bombs stay in the air for less time. So yeah. Reversal of forces. So now the light bomb, like the smaller bombs, will be in the air for less time because now they're heavier. That's how physics works, everyone. Now who did for B? Well, as long as you're progressing, that's good enough for me. It's not a race. Growls as it is a race. I mean, just don't rush yourself to your deaths, please. I don't remember what that means. In. Oh. Sword then means out. I take it. You see, the interesting thing with mechanics like that is that as long as you only need enough information from one of them to know what to do with the other one, they can get away with being super mean about it. Like that. Because, I mean, you'll get it right the second time. But objects of different weight fall with the same speed. I don't know what to tell you, Katja. I didn't say this had to make sense. I just say how it made sense there. The bigger bombs fall faster. Because yes. Because yes. Isn't this fine? Right. I agree, Visualization. I think X Come Ruin is a really good type of mechanic. I think a lot of actually more casual content could benefit from doing thrice Come Ruin or something like that. They could also make the timer on it shorter, so that you so it's twice Come Ruin, but it's only 30 seconds and things like that. But I think it's a better way to make a mechanic punishing instead of Vuln stacks, where it's just, well, it's the healer's problem, right? I think this is good. Oh, well. Yeah, exactly. Be careful with the shields that reflect. Make sure to attack it from the correct side, or you die in short order. When they do the coat of arms thing, just stop attacking for a moment. Like, I don't know if they change it. They change it now. Stop attacking and wait so you can see where the safe side is. Latency god, but yeah. The only thing you can really do to be sure is exactly be careful. We have time. We can also just kill it. Remember to loot. I don't remember if there are traps, and I have so many of these that just to protect you all, I'll use them anyway. Hey Lexi, hope you're doing well. Right, so I brought Lost Banish, which makes us do lots more damage on this. C is at Avowed. Is that this guy? Was that the boss after that? Found a new static. That's awesome, Lexi. I don't... Is it that? Is this how it works? Oh no. With latency? Oh boy, oh boy. By the way, here's a tip. The circular wheels are centered on these dots. So, like, if you just, like, step along the dots, you might be fine. Welcome back to the Cult of the Pink, Lexi. Thank you so much. And I hope you enjoy the emotes. You can skip the first donut if you go to the safe corner. That I do actually remember. But I don't remember where the safe corner is. So... You know. Hey Wolf, hope you're doing well. Oh right, there's the Wraith first. Okay, that is really scary to deal with. Especially with latency. Well, says my friend was doing T-proc the other day. This guy brought up people's logs and was being toxic. Yeah. Oh, whoa. Oh. Yeah, don't start getting handsy with the logs. In especially like just in general, don't be like that. But also, like I'm saying to in relation to that guy doing that, Wool. Not as in you did anything wrong. More so saying, oh, the wall of traps. That don't do that just in general. And also, if you are going to do that, don't be the person who posts it in game. You'll just get banned. Also, yeah, Mikoto's just cheating over here. Again, she's that powerful. She can just ignore stuff. Wait, well, did the GM say that? I'm just trying to be sure. Oh, it was the toxic guy that said that. I thought it would be really funny if the GM just came like, you suck, by the way. That would have been extremely funny. You gotta admit, that would have been extremely funny. The GM just comes in like, by the way, what are you doing? Right. So you need to get hit by the opposite element to neutralize, as I remember. Enough of the opposite element to neutralize. I remember this one was always so awkward when you were a melee, because you're like, well, I have to go over to the safe spot, but my uptime though. C is at the queen. Wow, you're fast. The queen. Isn't C the one with only 5 players? Is it? Yeah, I had a feeling. This reminds me of flex raiding in WoW, where you would like back when it was new in Mr. Pandaria, you would aim for a specific number of players in some groups to get the maximum possible value. I think we're getting some deaths here. The glory of Bozja. You still had soldiers and you wiped once. That's fine. You actually genuinely have plenty of time. You have 3 hours, so I think it's just down to whether you can or can't do it. Like that's really, if you have the will to push forward, you can do it. Nope, I don't have res. Oh, It's really tripping me up that I can swift cast and then it misses the spell. Yeah, I don't know where the breakpoints are. If I remember correctly, Civilization, there was something weird with, like... I can't remember if it was outright the story got abandoned or something weird like that. But I think there was something that caused it to just kind of end. And given how the story is in Endwalker now, it kind of makes sense that it's hard to continue the story from where it was left off, right? Oh, I didn't realize you were actually dead. The story finishes in the collectible logs as opposed to in-game. Oh, what? What? Why did I get that achievement? Huh? Oh. Rest people 10 times and save the queen. That's a extremely specific achievement. What? What? Huh? I think my spot is good. I felt like this fight had dragged on, but it just occurred to me that this mechanic hasn't played twice yet. Oh boy. I looked at the wrong one. I think I'm dead. Yep. Nice one, look at my G. That was really fast. Good job. Now we just need the rest of the group to get through. It is a real shame we couldn't have one big group. I wasn't sure how it worked. If I had known for certain that it was actually straight up, yeah, you're just alone, I guess. Then I might have just waited for 24. I wasn't sure. And I know now. Hey, Codasol! Hope you're doing well. Oh, that's my stop. I'll have that one, thank you. Ah, yes, thank you for the pain. Can't remember if there's more traps, but now we're on the way to the Queen. Well, we can't, like, some of us can't camp for Dalriada. Like, I can't. We'd have to reach that point first. But yeah, we'll see how far we get. I don't think we'll get Dalriada today. At last, the power to reclaim what is mine, what is ours. Well... You have lost your clothes! The will of Queen Gunhilda shall not be denied. All who oppose Bozja must fall. You lost your clothes! The Queen! What's with the trumpet? By the gods, she's become a vessel for the blade's power! Soldiers cleared in Group B. Nice! She replaced her clothes with a chair. Oh man. Are you looking forward to chess, everyone? Group B wiped on soldiers, I believe. Unicycle throne. Yeah, that helps you get everywhere you need to be. It's very effective. 2 and 3. 2, 1, 2, 3. I think this? I'll rest sip. I do not remember this mechanic in the slightest. Oh, it's circularly is where they meet. Right, now I remember. This does a knockback, I'm pretty sure. I'm guessing the reason why Tay is not getting the Doom effect is because it does 0 damage. It's pretty funny. Does it make any difference that there are different kinds of soldiers? 1, 2, 1. Yeah, it's always funny when you find a mechanic where you can just block it. Oh right, then we have to take a few steps. I have the rest.
And you might be wondering, where does he get all that MP from? Well, when you only use Astrodyne, when you're like, I could use some MP, then you have a lot of MP. Which is absolutely not very efficient power-wise, but the latency makes it very hard for me to actually play for damage. Oh, I think it's something like this. Brain hurt. Oh, a damage card. Have this. Blip. I think this is when it gets really complicated. Yeah, 1, 1, 2, 3. Remember, you have to take a few steps of your own. Uh-oh. I'm coming! From across the arena! With a steel chair! Oh boy. Do you shuffle those as well? No, you don't. Okay. Whew. Shield. My Swiftcast is almost ready. Oh, chess pieces now as well. 2 and 2. Right. My res is on cooldown. Someone else able to take it? Yep, thank you. Relentless play. Blap. Reverse, so it's the small ones we're looking for. I'll rest after we're done flying. Flying through the sky. Wee blap. Nice. Bees on Trinity Avowed. Nice. No.
No, we have suffered too long for it to end this way. Bozja is ours. If we cannot have it, no one will. Bro. Just no, bro. Oh, she got her clothes back. Welcome back, Emir. Yeah, you missed the chaos of the Lupin Bridge today. We're 3 separate groups because of how the queue works. Look at the Maji says she's usually dead before the second chessboard. Well, in fairness, a significant amount of our group specifically does not have the, you know, the honor marks that make you do 50% more damage. And we don't have the big smashy actions, lost actions that make it go brr. And most of us are lagging like crazy hard. So, like, everything that could go wrong went wrong. I think, was it Alliance C that had the people that found us in Party Finder that happened to be from Materia? Like, if you saw how much in this duty where I just, like, clipped my GCD every time I tried to do anything, times where I was just not attacking. The reason why is literally because I'm playing with 300 MS Astrologian. Are the servers still being DDoSed? I don't know, but we're in Australia right now. I don't know, look at the I don't know, look at the Maji. But yes, if everyone is bringing it, and you don't have like weird latency, then it goes real fast. Right then. I don't know if we're doing a picture, but people started hanging out here, so I felt bad just leaving. But yeah, if you're well prepared, then it goes like 50 minutes, I believe, is really slow from like when I was grinding it. So I'm not saying like, oh yeah, our run was normal speed. I also had the experience of, why is it taking so long on some of the pulls? But that's just part of it. It took 50 minutes, Emir. And Group 1 was finished before we, I think, was finished as we were fighting the penultimate boss, like the Fire and Ice one.
Blade Chaiji, Mikoto, are you alright? Is she...
Well, that's the thing, Emir, because of the scaling weird. No, merely unconscious.
Let us take her back with it. Let us take her with us back. Let us take her with us back to Utius Aegis without delay. I fear Imperial reinforcements will be upon us ere long.
It broke? Can I eat it now? Well, I mean, Dalriada doesn't have it. It doesn't have like a quote-unquote normal mode either.
It was far from easy, but thanks to the two of you, we have succeeded in reclaiming Save the Queen. But it was a victory with great sacrifice. Under the blade's influence, many of Gunhilde's blades were transformed beyond recognition. At least now their suffering is at an end. A heavy loss for the Resistance, 'tis true, but having wrested Save the Queen from the hands of the 4th Legion, we may resume our offensive unimpeded. And we must do so quickly, while they remain few in number.
What will become of Messia?
Well, she'll go to jail and stuff. For now, she will remain in solitary confinement in Gangos. First and foremost, we must deal with the threat of the 4th Imperial Legion. Once they have been routed, she will be made to stand trial for her crimes. Espionage, primal summoning, the tempering of Gunhilde's blades, she has much to atone for. As to many of our people, I would say, for it was the callousness and cruelty of those seeking the glory of our forebears that drove her to side with the Empire. Nevertheless, it is no excuse for her transgressions.
I mean, technically, Memoria Misera's normal version is the one you do in a solo duty.
As for Save the Queen, it should go without saying we mustn't allow it to fall into the wrong hands again. I could use this. I thought perhaps it could be destroyed, but I've yet to leave so much as a scratch on the accursed thing. I think it best if you were to take it, Mikoto. No doubt its study would prove a most illuminating experience for you, unless, of course, you would rather it be locked away. I shall defer to your judgment.
I'll have it. Finally, a weapon worthy of me. Me, who's unhittable because I just phase shift every time. Mikoto! No! No! Whee! She's free fallen.
Mikoto, is something wrong?
No, I'm fine. Merely tired is all.
Then I bid you return to Gangos and rest. You have more than earned it. What in the world?
It's not lethal if she isn't in combat. Yeah. He just Dragon Ball Z style smoke cloud, just a crater. But she has 1 HP. This is what we call a problem.
About damn time. Now that we command the skies, they're done for. Quickly, we must withdraw to Gangos.
Whoop, 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 whoop.
At last, victory is within our grasp.
Did they strap it to a rock? Pass to rest. Save the Queen, chapter the 3rd. And we're back.
Gods preserve us, I did not think they would go so far as to deploy a warship. Though the odds are stacked against us, we have come too far to abandon our home. I will send word to Lord Hien, that we may begin preparations to make a final stand. If we fail, it will be the end for Bozja. When the final battle is upon us, I pray we can count on your aid one last time.
Will you stand to the death with us? Probably not. Ooh, a card. Ooh, a card. She's a killer queen.
Late Chaiji, we have at last determined the whereabouts of the 4th Legion's remaining installation here in Bozja. Our scouts reported sightings of their forces rallying at Zadnor to the north, which seems to indicate that Castrum Lacus Litore has been abandoned. We deployed our vanguard to advance on the enemy stronghold, but the way is barred by a fleet of warships. Now that Queen Gunhilde no longer poses a threat, Bysalion intends to deploy the troops previously held in reserve. We will be joining them in Zadnor shortly. Our first port of call is camped Verdelnis. When you're ready, Sheros will escort you there.
Oh, party! Couldn't you have done the Lupin Bridge at Bard? Nope, it didn't let me because I wasn't level 80. That was why I wasn't. I didn't think the Guardians would use big machines. I think I understand why their issues were at the start. Yeah. The funny thing there is that I'm thinking, they're like, we're starting to win this war. Wait a minute, they're using bigger weapons? I didn't expect that. I mean, they were using the smaller forces because they thought they had you. Yeah, for some reason it doesn't let you queue into the Lupin Regine with below level 80. For some reason. How's Group B coming along, by the way? Oh, you're on the Queen, sorry. I realize now that was what you meant. Guardian's trying to be efficient. I'm guessing that it's more like they were trying to like they're fighting on multiple fronts at once. So given that they needed those warships for something else, they used them for something else until, I mean, they went, well, I think we need them here as well. Well, while we wait for B to succeed, I think I will be right back. In the meantime, sanity restored. Gift emotes? How do you mean, Emir? The new nation they want to build is one where they tame big monsters instead of building big robots. But the majority of their army still uses big robots. Oh, the glow sticks. Ah. I didn't know you couldn't actually gift those. Yeah, I think we'll wait with entering Zadnor till B is out, have a chance to come along, and then we will go to Zadnor and grind some metal for a bit. But I don't think we'll get to do Dalriada this time. We'll probably have to do that next time. Hey, Cyanide, hope you're doing well. So for anyone that came in after we finished Delubrum Reginae, the story is, if you queue for the Delubrum Reginae and it doesn't find enough people to make like a full 24-man, then after 10 minutes, it'll just pop the queue anyway and send you in with the players that you are. Which means that if you're alone, you're alone. If you're like 4, then you're 4. If you're 8, you're 8. But you can't be more than that, because you can't queue for Delubrum Reginae as an alliance as an alliance unless you're 24 for some reason. So you're basically in the situation where you can go in as an 8-man group, or anywhere between 1 and 8, or you can queue and hope that you get 24. And we only gathered, I think, 18, 19, 20 people. So we couldn't get in. So we split up in 3 groups, and then we discovered our folly. And yeah, that's true. It probably... the thing is, it wouldn't happen today anyway. We have like... we'll see when B is out. But we hardly have time for Dalriada if we could just like... Well, I mean, we could... Like, if we entered and I could just start Dalriada immediately, then we would have had the time. But that's really specific. And that's interesting, Emir. That is quite interesting. I guess that's the reason why sometimes, at least, when people like do contests or something, that they just gift you like a key to get the item that you want instead of trying to gift you the item, because then they don't have to go through the motions of figuring out whether you can even get that item. And they would probably have to add you to friends, I guess. But yeah, as a result... we had Alliance C beat the boss, the final boss, before we finished the boss just before the final boss, the Fire and Ice one. And we finished the final boss, and it took a while before B got to the final boss, I think. That's not supposed to be a slight at anyone. Alliance B had the unfortunate situation of a wipe. That happens, and it seemed like, that they just like had less, like relatively speaking, DPS, and that's okay. C had a much higher DPS. Weirdly, our groups were 7, 6, and 5, with C being the 5-man. So instead of just going, well, we're done, and just moving on, we're just waiting for B to finish. And B is currently at 36% on the final boss. You can only gift friends after you've been friends for 3 days. You can also gift Fantasias. Huh. You can gift outfits and dye and Fantasias. 5 would be faster due to scaling. Perhaps. I think part of it is also that, from what I could tell, it was like mostly players that are like, you know, already kitted out for Bozja in Alliance C. Like people just doing Delubrum again for the sake of doing it. Exactly as Lucadamachi says, and Lucadamachi was in C, everyone were prepared. Whereas, like, and when I say prepared, I mean Alliance A had like, I think it was 3 or 4 players in our group, had 0 of like the medals that give you like more damage and stuff. Which also means that we didn't have like the crazy stuff you get once you get to Zadnor. Didn't have access to those. And some of us might not be using deep essences and things like that. So that's just how it is. But yeah, I will admit 50 minutes is like on the slower side. Significantly so. Why was your 3-man run faster? Well, you had Aradel and a dancer. If all 3 were prepared, that's already a good start. A second thing is that my entire alliance has 300 plus MS. I'm guessing, Emir, that you did it either on Chaos or Light. Cut to the GM saying skill issue, yeah. Yeah, basically, if you're 3, then one person who's really bringing it is extremely impactful, right? If you're 7, then that same one person really bringing it is, you know, only 1/7, and so on. So it's difficult. It's difficult to determine. But I'm reasonably confident that the biggest killer on our clear time was that we got hit by a lot of stuff because of latency, and we were not capable of doing a lot of things like rotation mess-ups because of latency. Like, I think I spent like several seconds doing nothing every time I had to rest someone, because every time I had to click Swift Cast and just wait for the game to go, oh right, you have Swift Cast, so that I could instant cast my rest. So every time someone was dead and I had to rest them, it cost me like 2 spell casts. So, like, there's a lot of factors. But the important part is that we beat it. That's good, Emia. Didn't you say previously that you had 400 MS? It says my combo was not proccing. Yeah. Sometimes my latency seemed to be so problematic that it felt like I couldn't weave at all. Group B finished? Awesome. Perfect. We all won. No failure. That's what really matters. We got 18 people through the Delubrum Reginae. Whether they're first timers or were there to farm, doesn't matter. They did it. Hey Vince, hope you're doing well. We're sort of getting ready to go to Zadnor. But we're also giving a chance for the third group to have a chance to come along as well. Just play Dance on Time your GCD to a song. I mean, if you have 300 MS, you have 300 MS. Imagine playing like, you know, a dance game, and every time you click a step, it takes about 1/3 of a second. And then it goes, oh, right. Like, that's the problem with the latency. The transition done. I'm guessing some people have to, like, click through some quests. But once people are about ready again, we'll try to, like, round up people and then go to Zadnor and farm some metal. Actually, I could at least prepare my my thingies here. No, I'm out of these. Guess I'll use some of these. I'll have to use the better ones, the finite better ones. Woe is me. Derby says, I died so much that my metal is now 0. Oh yeah, that I keep forgetting that that's a thing. Because I don't die that much in Bozja stuff. So I keep getting reminded that, oh yeah, you lose stuff when you die. Some missing context for the chat. C also entered late because we had a false start. And that's also true. There was something where like the queue did, like the queue popped, but someone clicked no. I see gleaming. Yeah, that does make it hard. If I remember correctly, the way that it works is that once you've ranked up, you'll not like rank down again. But I'm pretty sure the amount of metal you lose when you die is relative to your rank in some capacity, so that also matters. But I do remember that people during the Lubrum Reginae Savage were like typically at 0 metal, right? Like just completely out. $60k per death, yeah. Yeah, that is true. Not only did C run faster than everyone else, they started like a little behind. So they were blazingly fast. But I've had some terrible groups as well. I think I've told this story before, but like back when I was farming for like relics, I had a group where like before we beat the Queen's Guard, you know, the soldiers, we had lost like 8 players to like some people left, and then some more people left because they were like, can't be bothered. And then we were like 16 players that were like in too deep, and we're like, well, it's better to finish than going out and in again. No, Emi has become a small dragon. But the reason why I remember that run so easily, fondly would probably not be the right word, is because I specifically remember, you know, it's just, well, I mean, I noticed that you were wearing the same outfit that you did last time that I think you had on a Hue, so I didn't notice that it was short. I was like, there's a tail there. then I checked. Yeah, the reason I remember that story specifically, especially, is because it was really taking a while, right? Like, it was taking a really long time because, you know, everyone had like 50% more work to do each because we're missing a third of the alliance. And then after the soldiers, I specifically remember, like, I think it was a healer, and they weren't attacking very much. They didn't have an essence, and it didn't appear to be the case that they were using lost actions, and they went, ugh, this is taking forever. And I'm sitting there like, you know, it would have been going a little bit faster if you were using like an essence or something. Was what I thought to myself. Instead, I didn't say anything. I'm getting the impression... what's happening to Naomi, by the way? Are they just in the cutscenes? I mean, you can very quickly drop to 0 metal from a lot of deaths. But at least, at the very least, they made it so that, like, you don't lose rank. It just kind of, like, the funny thing is that all the people that grinded the Lupin Reginae Savage and then lost all of their metal to all of the wipes, and, you know, they didn't grind it up again. Then when Zadnor came out, well, they had a little bit further to farm, right? It wasn't that bad because of how, like, it, like, just goes up exponentially, which is... That's the thing, Gleaming, is that as you get further, if you don't die, at least, if you don't die too much, then you can gradually increase. But that's very easy for me to say. If you're having a hard time with it, then you're having a hard time with it, and that's how the game is sometimes. You know, that's actually something interesting that I noticed, is that I was reading like an article where they were talking about Dawn Trail. Oh no, now I remember. When the DDoS stuff started happening, right? I found an article where they were, I can't remember where it was from, but they were like, Final Fantasy XIV is getting DDoSed. Final Fantasy XIV, where the developers right now are getting ready to release their new expansion, Dawn Trail. And it was like blah blah blah. And also the players are hoping to see some healer changes. And I was sitting there like, I thought I was reading an article about the DDoS attack. What? How did I get here? How did we get to this? And that made me think, yeah, that's true. There's actually a lot of hope that there will be some changes to healers. Could you imagine if Dawn Trail comes out and they gave back Cleric Stance style stuff, which is like basically Seraph Strike is Cleric Stance like as a cooldown. Could you imagine if they just like surprise on the table with that one? Like, oh yeah, we're reworking Astrologian and reworking Dragoon. And then all of the healers get Cleric Stance. Even the news are tired of boring healer gameplay. Yeah, it's just really funny that they were like, there's a DDoS attack, Dawn Trail is coming, we want healer changes. Like, incredible how you managed to like loop that into the conversation. Thank you for coming, Derby. I'm sorry we ate all your metal. And thank you. I want all the healers to get a gap closer. That would be nice. As a person that prefers Sage quite heavily, I totally get that. Right, so I get the impression that people are like about ready, so how about we go over over to the Lost Finds cache here to see who wants to come for Zadnor. If you want to join for Zadnor, come on over to me at the Lost cache. Hey guys, hope you're doing well. We did CLL. That was actually really easy. Then we did the Delubrum Regile, which got weird. It got weird. Yeah, CLL was extremely easy. The weird part is that we got split up in 3 groups. And one group got it done extremely fast, one group got it done slow, and one group took extremely long, I think. Let's see. Do we have anyone that specifically would like... Emir says that I could be... You can also make group 2, Emir. That's also fine. I can see that we're too many people for one group, but we're just about enough that we might want to, like, split up into, you know, about 2. I see... Is Ivy Irisborn also in the stream chat? I believe that was one of the people that we picked up, right? I don't know if they're actually here. Irisborn, I guess. Ivy Irisborn. You are in the chat. All right. How many people are you over there? Looks like 4. Do this. If the rest that wanna go... Wait, now I'm confused. Tay is over there. We're trying to make a group 2 over there at Emir. If you also want to be in the group... if you also want to go to Zadnor, can you go over to Emir and present to join the group? We're trying to get everyone into the same alliance once again. Or into the same same session once again. Is Grau AFK? Did you get Ashley, Emir? The reason why I didn't do that, Kaz, is because the way that it turns out that it works is that it... Like, your queue, it tries to find 24 people. If it does, then it'll make, like, a session with 24 people. If it doesn't find 24 people, and your queue goes past 10 minutes... How many are you in the group too? If it goes past 10 minutes, it'll just shove you in. But for some reason, that means it just shoves in the party that you have, which is really weird. You're 5. There's plenty of space in Emir's group. If Ivy and Bankai wants to be together, they would probably fit in Emir's group. Without us, like, being 8 and them being 5. If you specifically want to be in the same group, can you go over to them? If you don't mind splitting up, then Bankai can go over to Emir. It's up to you. Emir out in the water. Emir's out in the water. I'm under the water. This time there will only be one Zadnor instance. You're probably right. We're just trying to make sure. It would be a shame. It would be a shame. If we, yeah, both good. Then it looks like we're all ready. You're at 7, we're at 6. That works for me. I'll do a ready check. If you also do a ready check, give me a... Like, I'm perfectly aware that I'm probably extremely over-preparing for all this, that it would probably be fine if we just went in and went for it. I just want to be sure. Alright, you're also ready? Well, in that case, let's go. Okay, apparently I have to do this first. Everyone that unlocked Zadnor, you have to talk to Sheros. You have to do all the quest stuff and talk to Sheros. You have to talk to Sheros. Everyone in my group, everyone in Emia's group, make sure that you have gotten the Zadnor's now accessible prompt. Right, then we try again. There you go. Oh, nice, Vince. Wait, it's actively engaged. Well, if you got in, that's great. You're getting some progress. When we got in, it was actually the case of we joined a session with like 5 people there. And they were like, why are there suddenly 20 people here? And almost immediately CLL popped and we went and then did it with like 26. Where they had already let CLL pass once because they just weren't enough people. Like there was just no chance it was going to happen. Oh, it was already in battle. Ah. Yeah, then you'd have to wait for them to finish. Commander, I would like your strongest promotions. The problem, Cass, is that Materia is in Australia. We arrive when, like around when Australia goes to bed. That's why, like, we show up and we get like the night owls or people that specifically stayed up to play with us. And that's not me like trying to dodge anyone. It's just that I've just always chosen to stream at a specific time and release videos at a specific time, where it's specifically like, well, I could only play with Europeans anyway, so I'll make it a time where Europeans can play for the most part. And it just so happens that that's a time where, like, if Americans get up early, or rather when Americans are off work almost, and Australians if they stay up late. Ah, yes, Wolfsden Pierre. Thank you for coming. I understand this is your first time in Zadnor, yes? Even before the 4th Legion relocated here from Castrum Lacus Litore, it was hardly the most hospitable of places. I don't know. The stars in the sky looks pretty nice. To see it now, one can scarcely believe it was once a rich and fertile land. Sadly, it was not spared the ravages of the 4th Umbral Calamity. In the wake of the disaster, this plateau became rich in Earth-aspected crystals. Miners were keen to seize the opportunity, and they quickly exhausted the supply of this valuable resource. As the settlers had no other reason to continue living in such harsh environs, the region eventually became uninhabited. Until the Imperials decided to establish an outpost here, that is. Just when we thought ourselves prepared for the next assault, they usher in a fleet of ships from the Dalmasca led by the Dalriada. It has yet to move since dropping anchor.
There's no denying the strategical advantage of their present location, but we are not yet convinced it is fit to serve as a new base of operations. Regardless, rather than speculate over the Imperial schemes, we must take decisive action. Now is the time to deliver the final blow to the 4th Legion. If we are to succeed, we will first need to deal with the warships stymieing our attempts to advance. Someone from off-screen? Oh? Which one of them is talking? Well, it's a good thing you have us to help with that. See those floating rock formations? One might think them a result of the 4th Umbral Calamity, but they were actually caused by the Bozja incident. When Dalamud struck the citadel, vast quantities of energy permeated the site, likely carried to every corner of Bozja via ether currents. Certain regions were affected more severely than others, and, well, the results are self-explanatory. Thankfully, we've managed to tap into that energy to erect a barrier to protect from aerial strikes, much like Sarius' wall. Ah, convenient. Boink, 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 boink. Ah, perfect. That probably doesn't cost too much power to maintain, does it, Sid? Sid? Camera just pans to him, shot, because it didn't work that well. Oops. As you can see, the barrier only extends to the boundaries of this encampment, but it should keep us safe for the time being. Words can ill express my gratitude to Sid for all he has done for us. I can't take all the credit. This wouldn't have been possible without the equipment supplied to us by the Dalmascan Resistance. What's more, the idea to use the land's residual energy came from Lilia, one of my newest engineers. So, you see, it was a collaborative effort. Cost 1 trillion gil to block one shot. But as you said, the barrier can only cover so much ground. If the Dalriada decides to do more than loom ominously in the distance, our troops on the front line won't stand a chance. If only it were a matter of combating their fleet with one of our own. As things stand, the Eastern Alliance is in no position to lend us any of their ships, and the Bozjans have next to none in the first place. We may not have a fleet, but we do have an abundance of residual ether at our disposal. If only there were someone who could help us, perhaps a world-class engineer, master of innovation, or some such. I know him here. Pray tell, where might we find one of those? Yes, point taken. After all, I can't have newcomers like you stealing my thunder. I'll see if I can turn that idea of yours into a workable solution. It costs 1 trillion gil to block one shot. We would be lost without the aid of Garland Ironworks and the Eastern Alliance. Their goodwill must be repaid with naught less than victory. Indeed. Oh boy, more people to talk to. This feels like when we entered Bozja, you remember? Now that you're here, we have a favor to ask of you. I volunteered to do it myself, but a certain someone insisted I stay put. Your enthusiasm is appreciated, but I'd rather go myself than put any of my workers in harm's way. Besides, this is no job for an engineer. Long story short, the resistance means to advance in the enemy's position, and to do that, they'll need protection. We aim to erect additional barriers at each outpost they establish along the route to the 4th Legion's base of operations.
The trouble is, the residual ether alone may not be enough, so we plan to divert the currents further afield. Although the theory is sound enough, we haven't had a chance to put it into practice. This is where we were hoping you might be able to help. We need you to take this prototype device and activate it at a specific location. Another day in the life of Bozja's errand girl. I know you're only joking, but please don't say such things. I couldn't bear the thought of someone thinking you actually meant that. While the technology involved differs somewhat, in terms of what you actually have to do, it is more or less the same as the task performed on the southern front. Think of it as redirecting the streams of ether with a dam. With a dam! And to that purpose, allow me to introduce our newly patented Defluxion Ether Manipulator, or DAM for short. Treasure. Yes, well, questionable naming aside, I can vouch for its workmanship. All that remains is to put it through its paces. I am loath to ask you to bear this burden. Our greatest chance of success lies with you. I know, right, Gleaming? What happened to that? Then Sid arrived and he said that she doesn't get to run errands anymore. Weird. While you make your preparations, we should attempt to locate a suitable current. As for me, I'd best get back to the workshop. I'll see if there's aught that can be done about the Dalriada. What's up, Lilia? If you have finished your discussion, might I suggest also speaking with our secretariat? He has a wealth of information concerning Zadnor, which I'm sure will serve you well. Also, you're not going out on the field. You'll have to talk with more people. Also, I'm trying to distract you from the fact that Mikoto's trying to hit on Sid. Once you set foot beyond the Ironworks barrier, you will face not only Imperial troops, but aerial assaults. Until we find a way to contend with their warships, I beg of you, be careful. It makes it sound like there is like a follow-up quest. Critical engagement is up? Oh yeah, indeed. I was just about to say, I can't click it. But I could. Oh, this guy. I remember my first day in Zadnor. I went here with a friend, and this did not go down well. So let's hope and pray. Like, I specifically remember we were down to, like, 3 people alive. I think it was this one. Although the haste in which this guy is going down makes me think that maybe it's like a Zone 2 or Zone 3 version, or maybe we're going down fast in just a moment. Meep meep. Pew. Oh no. Oh no. Excuse me, excuse me. Oh dear. We have a lot of death. A lot of death. A lot of death. Bruh. Bruh, bruh. Eh. Res a healer that can actually heal is my thought process here. Yeah, indeed, Lexi, that's what I'm thinking. What happened? We were all alive moments ago, and I was like, this is going to be easy. What happened? I will not get the duel, because I just got stomped multiple times. There's no one that can rest, so if you don't have a a Phoenix down or something, then this is it. In fairness, Ogni asked just as I was getting 3. Oh boy. The white mage with profane got rest. I sure hope you'll hold on. The clutch benediction. Watch the cleave. Be careful with the cleave. Yeah, this is approximately how it went. Like on that first day. I should mention that I'm out of Phoenix down, so I can only heal. Well, if you want heals. Oh boy. Wow, that's unfair. Are you for real? Leave me alone. Like the gate just goes down and then I get chased by a rank 3 thing. Ah! There's another one. Well, I can't queue us when people are dead. How much metal can you go beyond? Can you just grind as much as you want and then just rank up when you feel like it? Also, hey, Ogni! Wow. Like, that was kind of what I expected. Still, that went south real fast. Caps of 25.8 million. And yeah, Lexi, we're on Materia. I'm just trying to explore something real quick. Got him. I think we'll just commence. Oh, I got a cluster. Which actually reminds me, I should buy something from the cluster vendor once I get a chance to. Oh, look! Look! It's the carpenter from the burn! You remember? From the solo challenge? It's the carpenter! He survived! I mean, it worked out, Ryoma. It was just quite ironic. Any healer could have been rest, and the one that gets rest is the one with profane, right? Like, of course. He's back for revenge. Emi says, why didn't you all rest me? I had like 4 rests. I don't know why I got rest so early. I was like, I'm out of rests. Like, if I had rests, I would have said, rest someone with a Phoenix down. I could have said that at least. I didn't. Ah! Numbers? They have the same mechanic as in the burn. They don't have... I don't think it was like this. But I suppose that works. It's similar enough. It's like an alliance raid version. I was thinking... I was looking for the weird shards it will call down. I feel like the boss is trolling me right now. I was thinking of the shards it calls down. Shards come down. Ah. Sugoi desu ne. To ask as you shall receive. Yeah, that sounds about right. Incredibly comedic timing. And yeah, me too, Erda. Like, I tend to play healers or tanks or like red mage exactly because of that. You have so many options. It just occurred to me that Lost Cure 2 is an ability. That's amazing. Can we have can white mages get actual Lost Cure 2 like that? Just I wonder, would Cure 2 be considered, like, what would happen to MP usage if you had MP spending actions that just happen to be abilities like that? That would be insane, how quickly a white mage could just burn through their MP. Just... Quartermaster. Quartermaster, I wanna talk. Hello. Look, there's... Lost Zero Strike, we found it. There you go. Anyone need it? There it is. Here you go. There you go. There you go. Yoink that. If you want it. You can yoink if you want to. There's Lost Flare Star. There you go. I couldn't remember where they were, but there you go. There they are. It's funny how you have to use the map. I'd like to rank up, please. I do have more to report. Actually. New quest! Hi. Certain decisions made during the course of this quest will affect the story in subsequent quests. These decisions cannot be changed once this quest is completed. Please note, however, that these decisions will not affect rewards received upon quest completion. Ooh. Huge. Hi. Sorry to have kept you waiting, Caetsu. We have finally found a suitable location for the Ironworks device. And you'll be pleased to hear the dams are ready to go. Some of our finest work yet, if I do say so myself. Didn't you make them? Once in place, Baisaljan has asked me to redirect the ether currents to the newly secured outpost. I will mark on your map the location where the device must be set. When you have finished, contact us via this link pole and we shall handle the rest. Excellent. I shall pray for your safe return, Caetsu. I wonder if I can manage to participate in that on the way. Nyom. Yeah, I could imagine that, Ryoma. What I meant was more that, imagine if they changed it so that your MP spending spells, like they just made those abilities, so that you don't have to choose between using Glare and Cure and so on. Like, I wonder what that would mean for MP usage, because that would mean you could just, like, cleave through your MP real fast. Heal of the Dark Knight sounds like, yeah, a little bit. The logic, of course, being that if they made it so that you could spend your MP extremely fast if you wanted to, then maybe MP and so Piety would become more impactful. Part of the problem is that you don't need MP because you can't possibly use all that without losing DPS a lot of the time. Oh, a cluster. Multiple clusters. But Sip is not in my group. The dam is ready, Caetsu. Readying transmission protocols now. Beep boop. Sid went home. Fair enough.
All systems appear to be normal. Can you confirm the dam has burrowed into the ground?
Yes.
Then everything is as it should be. You're free to return to camp.
I don't know if it is buried into the ground. I just saw it disappear into the ground. Don't you love the sound of lifesteal, everyone? Swing, swing, swing. The sound of warrior if Bloodwilling was permanent. Kind of. Oh dear. Oh dear. Boink. Now we try and see if we can make it back and hand in our quest. I don't know if it unlocks anything, or if there's a follow-up quest, or if we have to have higher rank to get the follow-up quest. But I think one of the fragments they give us as a reward is like an item that allows you to return more often. So it might be worth it anyway. Oh, right. I capped on poetics. I forgot about. I feel like I have done that the entire stream almost. Oh well.
Welcome back. The dams appear to be working as planned, though it will take some time for the diversion of the ether current to be complete. We'll continue to monitor the situation from here. Should the dams be in need of fine-tuning, however, we may have to call on you again. Sensors that indicate faint traces of ether drifting toward the designated location, and the energy signature is growing stronger. Before long, we'll have made a brand new current leading straight to the outpost.
Oh boy, a look into the future. That must be a little bit earlier because you haven't fallen yet. Oh, nice. Can I do that? Oh, Bozja cluster. You go to. No!
Huh?
Well.
Mikoto, it's another vision, isn't it? And you saw it too, didn't you? What is it? What did you see? It's nothing, Lilia. Really, just a dizzy spell is all. I'll be fine after a short rest. It's just a dizzy spell, like falling from an airship. Like that kind of dizzy spell, you know? Mikoto, there's no need to put on a brave face. You said before these visions of yours can't be changed, but that doesn't mean we can't help. That's very kind of you, Lilia, but I promise you I'm fine. For now, let's all concentrate on the task at hand. Alright, but if you ever need to talk, I'll be right here.
I'll be right over there.
I understand your concern, truly, but even if we were to tell the others, there's nothing they can do to change what I saw. What we saw. No battle is won without sacrifice, and I've made peace with what is to come.
Well then.
I imagine Moonbreeder was very much the same in her last moments. She never turned her eyes from the truth. The inevitable, no matter how harsh it may be, it is a quality you both share and one I strive to emulate.
I got something.
Come now, Caetsu, let's not assume the worst. After all, we know not of what happens before or after that brief glimpse into the future.
Random bow.
Thanks again for your help with the dam. Once the new outpost is secure, you can be certain we'll get to work right away on erecting a barrier. In the meantime, perhaps you'd be willing to share what you and Mikoto saw? On second thought, forget I said anything. Like she said, it's all fine. Let's get back to it, eh? Speaking of getting to work, I think Baisalian was asking for you. Probably wants to talk strategy before the next mission.
Oh boy, someone wants to talk. Everything will go wrong. I'm going to die. Smol Kai. Sure. Okay. Exactly, Ardell. I'm not taking my sunglasses off for that.
Blade Chaiji, thank you for coming. I wish to speak with you about Materia. As you may recall, it was my intention to have her stand trial once the 4th Legion was routed, and Bozja's lands made secure. But there are those who demand we make an example of her, and the cries for execution grow louder by the day. It is my belief that we must first establish a rule of law, where those convicted of crimes may be given due process. In the case of Imperial captives, an exchange of prisoners should be considered a viable alternative. I do not deny that the crimes she has committed are grave indeed. Yet, the fact remains, Materia was a soldier, working under the orders of Gabranth and the 4th Legion. I'm hesitant to carry out so harsh a judgment when it is her superiors who should be held accountable. But such is the nature of war. Soldiers forced to perform terrible, terrible deeds at the behest of a select few. As commander, I know all too well the weight my orders carry. Oh, potion cluster! The day may come that I am made to answer for the acts committed in my name. But today, it is Materia who stands accused. Gabranth has yet to be brought before us, and the people demand justice be served, one way or another. It's not my place to give counsel on such grave matters, but I trust you will make the right decision. Being a professional commander and all. When the time comes, I will keep your words in mind. Thank you, Blade Chaiji.
But hey, will he say that regardless of what choice you make?
Why the furrowed brow? Was it something Bysalian said? Sorry, I shouldn't pry. I'll get back to work.
He sure does. Well then. I'll keep your words in mind. Regardless of what you say, I'll keep your words in mind. Great. I guess. Oh, potion plaster. Looks like there are people in this instance that are trying to do Dalriada, so there's people in my group that are like, I'd rather be doing that. Feel free to join them. But I can't. Like, I straight up can't. Oh, it's AoE. That one, I was like, isn't one better? But it's because it's AoE. That explains a lot. Yeah, of course, you don't need to join a party to get into Dalriada. Especially not when there's... I don't think there's enough people in the instance to fill it. So you can just, like, group up with what you have when you're inside. It said something about a critical engagement. But I guess I can't see it because I can't see that, or maybe I can. Seems like we're about 8 people that are not going to Dalriada. Just make sure we're all here, then we can figure out regrouping. C3. You said you were 4, right? Where's player 4? I'm guessing, is it Evia? There we go. Now, about the fight we're going into. Classic NPC Black Mage standing in the AoE. Yeah, classic NPC shenanigans. Standing in the AoE. Yeah, no worries, Emir. We were just looking for you. Why is it that two of them look so similar and then the red one is like, I'm older and weirdly bigger? The three-headed dragon meme, yeah. Don't sigh, shame. Well, it's weird because it's like the red ones look like more awesome in a way. It's like why is it that like we don't have 3 different variants? Why is it that it's just, well, we have two ones that are just recolors and then there's the red ones. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. That's actually a good point, Gassel. Although, I believe that's because, like, it's because I'm pretty sure that since, like, A Realm Reborn, not 100% sure on that, I'm pretty sure that since A Realm Reborn, I know since Stormblood, at least, it has just been Summon 1, Summon 2, and Summon 3. And it's just because Summon 1 was, you know, Emerald, and Summon 2 was Topaz, and then Summon 3 was only Ifrit. Like, they added Ruby later because people were like, can we have one more? Like, could we have an extra one? Oh. Whoa, that looked weird. I sure hope you don't hear this weird glitchy sound that I'm hearing right now. Thank you. I got a... When the games just suddenly goes completely crazy, it can get a little difficult to, or the sound starts to mess up. It got a little difficult to focus on actually the boss mechanics. Oh boy. Oh my. But that is quite funny how they like now that I got to think about it a little more. You have a point, Gazel. Summoners have for years given special treatment to the red one. So maybe that's what's going on. There's a skirmish. There's a skirmish broken out in the west. That sounds like a Lego commercial. Hey! Build the dam and protect your army from aerial attacks. We have 2 minutes. Oh yeah, I suppose that's something I could do. Right, limit break. That's something you have out in the open world normally. This is getting down to the wire. Can we actually kill it in time? Hey, Melody and Toss. Hope you're both doing well. And yeah, indeed. To the black and white copies. Why don't we get those? Oh, okay. Wait. There you go. I think we're going to have some deaths. Yep. That's a scary mechanic. It just gives you doom. Now it's like I was too caught up on how do I remove it. What is that? It's just hanging on them? It must be really hard on your neck. What? Ads? Oh boy. Glad to hear that, Melody. Thank you very much. This just in, everyone. Are you ready? Dark Knights. Living Dead. Foiled by Bard. Using Lost Cure 2. That is did anyone have that on their bingo cards? No? That comes as an immense shock. What? What are they doing? Oh dear. I think we need a taunt, if we can. I'm getting a lot of value out of these cures. Actually pretty good that I didn't bring like the weak sauce cure, because that wouldn't have been nearly as helpful. Right, I wasn't sure people realized it. What you have to do is that, so I'm just going to go over that in case any of you get this one again. The way that it worked is that it gives you a forced march, but there is like a circle in the middle that removes the doom. So you have to make sure you forced march into that. Thus, there's too many doom mechanics. I agree. The hardest part is finding out which one it is within 10 seconds. I agree. The problem, I think, is that they could really use, you know, distinctly different icons or something. If you just had that, it would kind of work, right? It could kind of work. Like, if you just, like, could see, oh, this doom is the one where, like, well, you're just dead. This one is the one you can remove, and this one is the one we need to get healed fully. And, indeed, to some degree... it ultimately just boils down to, can you use a Suna on it? No. Is there a platform on the floor or something that you can remove it with? No. Okay, well then you probably need to heal fully. But you if we circle back to what you said, in 10 seconds, that's where the problems arise. You see the doom, like you realize the doom is there. Then you go, can I use a Suna on it? No. Okay. Alright, thank you, Rust. Thank you for coming. You go, can I use a Suna on it? No. Okay. Is there a platform somewhere? No. Okay, well then I have to heal fully. I need more than one GZD to do that. And I spent like 5 seconds looking for a platform. Which means that what actually usually happens in my experience is, if you're dealing with a doom that you don't know about, is you see it, you see that you can't use a Suna on it, so you instantly start healing. Then the person gets full health and you go, oh. And now you wasted OGCD options to heal them. And yes, exactly, Krakenmo. Can you follow the flowchart in time is really the problem. Oh right, I have to hand in thingies. I should do that. $21? I think I might be able to, like, rank up twice. So I'll just teleport back real quick. Yeah, that's ultimately the problem. Is that you have like 10 seconds to figure all those things out. And by that point, your friend is probably dead. It gets extra strange when there's just random debuffs that are Doom, but just don't have the Doom marker like in Dead Ends. The first boss has an effect that is literally Doom. It's just it has a unique icon. Because they felt fancy that day, I guess. Yeah, Ariel says, Shiva Sai was one of my favorite summons in Final Fantasy XII, along with Salera. I've always been surprised they only had a quick Bozja and Fate, while Hazmal, Belize, etc. also appear multiple times in Evilise raids. That is a good point. I'm imagining that the reason is that because they already had those, they could just reuse them from Evilise, where in Bozja, you know, they'd have to make them. Although if they made the character, like made the thing, the primal or whatever, the icon, then what's preventing them from using it like 10 times? Exactly, Orkney. That's also something you can do if you can read fast.
Hey, Chaiji, it's good to see you. Do you remember me when I was preventing you from getting anywhere in Bozja? As always, news of your contributions to the resistance precedes you. We've just received word that the barrier over our new outpost is complete. At last, our front line can finally move forward. An unattainable feat without your assistance, and that of the Ironworks. If you're ready, I've been asked to escort you to our newest encampment. I would also strongly advise you to attune to the Aetheryte here if you have yet to do so. Now, if you'll follow me, the camp is due west of here.
Well, what? That's rude. He just smacks you and leaves? Yeah, I find it insane. Like, I don't think I've ever seen, like, Isuna removable Doom on, like, the entire party. I don't think that's a thing. And that's probably a good idea, a good thing. But yeah, that's kind of the idea, Ogni. That was kind of what I was going for, that if you need to use Isuna, you can check that instantly. If you need to heal them, then you need to start doing that immediately. So you might as well start doing that immediately. If it's something else, then you can do that while you're healing them. Or they can do that while you're healing them. So like that's kind of the reason why it often just becomes, well, I'll just heal because just in case it is that one. Then I started healing early enough. Ah! Shoot it! It isn't he. Oh boy. How long do you have to deal with those, Ryoma? Bruh. What's up, Emia? I didn't actually do P5S. I tried. We didn't beat it. We got past Devour, but we didn't beat it.
You'll find all the essential facilities in place, including an Aetheryte for ease of travel. Baisalyan intends to seize yet another outpost as we continue to push the front line forward. Of course, this will likely require more work securing ether currents to power yet another protective barrier. Even so, with you here to aid us, I have faith the resistance will prevail in the end.
Yeah, I didn't beat the whole tier. And yeah, Seraph Strike is insane. I believe what I heard is like, because the thing is, when I made my video about the biggest possible hit, a lot of people were like, but Bozja though. And a lot of them then went, but Bozja though, have you tried using Afflatus Misery in Bozja? And reported some absolutely mind-boggling numbers. So yeah. Yeah, in Shadowbringers, I managed to do E5S and E6S, and then my static disbanded, and then like I wasn't really feeling like savage raiding and making a new group. I think Naomi is still Naomi is able to join us. Like, I was just thinking, if we have someone that is like stuck in the previous zone, then I'd rather stay in the previous zone. 4 GCDs for 6 Asunas. Yeah, in that case, both healers would need to like start casting immediately, since that it'll take 3 GCDs combined. Thank you for joining, Gazel. We're probably also wrapping up real soon, but we do have time for a little bit more. This can kind of work, but I can't hold aggro. I didn't bring Taunt. Apparently that didn't count. You're on the way to get this new zone, right? I think I have Lost Incense, so I can just pick that up. And then I can be tank. Kind of tank. I think I have one. Or did I lose it? I have exactly one. Now I can also tank if we need it. Naomi is a tank though. That is true, but Naomi was behind earlier. So I'm just also tank now, so we have 2. We have 3 healers. Well, we have 2 healers. We have 2 healers. Why not 2 tanks? We have a ranged tank, you see? The power. Bruh. That is a good point. Aradel mentions that Bard could help a little bit. Like, they could grab one of the, like, middle dooms so that one of the healers has one less thing to worry about. If you bring a Bard to T, of course. Ow. I'm dead. I'm alive. Thank you. I did not expect that. Would be a shame if there was someone with an interrupt in the area, huh? I keep clicking the wrong button. For some reason, I think my taunt is on the other button, and it's not. Uh-oh. No, Ryoma. This fight is really scary. I'm not entirely sure what it is that I need to look for. Like, just suddenly, the ice comes, and you're dead. I keep running into the infantry. It's not good. Whew. It seems there's a boss out in the unexplored territory of the next area. We could make our way there. Please bring a bard to tea. We like that very much. That's the spirit. Yuma says, what it looked like was the main guy does a marker cleave. I did see that, yes. And if that hits the sprite around the edge, that reflects it back. Ah. Yeah, I do see someone is killing the skirmish up there. All we can do is try and make it. I also see there's one near us. We can try for that one. I don't know. I was also thinking like we can just explore up there to see. Because there's a lot of stuff here that we've access to, but we can't really see it. It's an NPC fight. Yeah, that does sound about right with the pace it's taking. I also I remember the dinosaur because it was one of the, like, I think one of the last skirmishes I did day 1 in Zadnor. And it was just like, oh yes, why not? A giant dinosaur. Oh, the NPC fighting it is the NPC gunbreaker with cover. Oh. Well, that's funny. Make dinosaur diadem a thing again. Wait, what? Was that old diadem? There's a lot of machines here. Growl left. I wonder if they got booted for inactivity in Zadnor. Because it is a duty, it would probably do that. Oh yeah, he was using cover on you. It's pretty funny. Oh, we need to kill this. Just as we were coming back too. Ah. I think we'll probably go and do this one. Then I'll be able to rank up once, and then I think I'll like be moving to wrap up. So if you can't find, like, you're of course welcome to come in. Who knows? Maybe the rest of the group wants to join or wants to continue. But I am probably going to finish up in like shortly. I do think from this point we should probably be able to reach Dalyada next time. It has been a long... Oh, there you are! It's indeed been a long stream. Oh, I usually stream like 6 hours for Smol Caetsu, so... It's just like about the time. It's really annoying that all of these skirmishes is just like surrounded by a wall of machines. Oh. 120k of, like, I was thinking that happened quite suddenly. Just blap, dead. Finish him. This is like Yokai Watch Fates levels of blap, dead. And clear duels in under 20 seconds? That's impressive. It is, I didn't actually know that. Other? Oh. No, it's fine. I think I'll just take some lock boxes, actually. That's how all dual cheese goes. The way of the cheese. Can this locksmith open both kinds of lockboxes, or is it only the Zadnor ones? Wow. Wow. The max is 10, Toss. I can't remember how much I got on... Ooh, a minion, I think. Can't remember how much I got on my main. But the instant I was finished with all of the relics, I was just like... Alright, bye. Just I'ma head out. Oh. Probably from there. I'm like, did he give me a grade 9? I'm pretty sure he can't. I got nothing special. That's exactly the reason why I was so surprised last time when I was handed a mount and like, hey, you want the Seeing Horde weapon? Like, I was like, oh, how are you, like, why are you just giving me this? This is valuable stuff, isn't it? And it's just because this is what I get. Like, I get a million of these, and then once in a blue moon, it's like, also have the golden Gabriel mount. And then I got it twice, just, there you go. Yeah, I think we'll hop out of Bozja. If you all want to stay, you're welcome to. I discovered last time that it got a little bit weird with the picture. So I think I'll take the picture outside. If you want to be on it, you're welcome to join me. But yeah, whatever you want to do. I'm heading out. I've been grinding for like nearly 6 hours on this. Minus the breaks. We found Aradel. We found Aradel. What would be a good spot? The Dalrada team is on Saurian and Devon. Oh, nice. Gain in party, that is correct. I think it's fine. Because you're on my friends list, it should work. It's just that that doesn't work in Bozja for whatever reason. But I can invite people. I'll just anyone that is hanging out in there. You know, this is actually a fine place for a picture. Oh, you're also coming. I wasn't sure. Right, so if you want to do an emote on the picture, do the emote. If you would like to do an expression, do the expression after the emote. If you don't want to do an emote, it might help you to sit down and stand back up to a reset, just so you don't have something waiting in the wing. If you want to do like an action, you'd have to do that. But yeah, emote, expression, if you want one. And yeah, that's it. I'll do a ready check. You just click if you're good, if you're ready. Yeah, Canadon. Hope you're doing well. Castrum Lacus Litore is the critical engagement, like the super special, like almost like alliance raidy critical engagement in Bozja. Now we finished that. We also went and did the Lupin Regine, which is like kind of an alliance raid here. And then we also went to Zadnor for a bit. The reason why Castrum is in the title, despite us like having done that several hours ago, is because, I mean, that was the one thing we set out to do. We managed to do it. I think next time we'll set out to try and get the Dalriada. You haven't done Bozja, Eureka. I see. Well, I don't know how active it is on your server. We specifically noticed that when we arrived in Bozja, we basically tripled the population there. So, but we were on Materia in the middle of the night in Australia, so it kind of makes sense that no one's here. So it's like going to a party when they're wrapping up and being surprised that they're wrapping up, right? Thank you. The Bard V pose is actually amazing. Right, so I will get back to. I'll leave party. So if any of you want to stay and hang out, you can. But I will head back to Alpha Light and wrap up from there. And good luck with Diabolos. It's weird how often we get Diabolos around here, huh? How many times has the final boss of a piece of content been Diabolos? Is it 3 or 4 times? The 3 times. There's the dungeon. There's Dunskate. And then there's Dalriada, right? Is it just those 3? I guess it's because it feels like more, because there's also for example, there's a boss that is identical to the Jongleur from Dunskate, is also in Amdapor Keep Hard. He isn't a Diabolos is in Feriat. A Diabolos is in Dalriada, I guess. So I suppose it's more like it would be a bit like if I said, how many times do we have to fight Ifrit? And you go, well, there's the one time in on normal, and then there's the time on hard, and then there's the time in Eden. Kind of like that, I guess. We fought him on 6 times. A shard of him, right. Exactly, once you start facing the same boss a lot of times, it starts to feel like, and then we're fighting him again for the 100th time. I am still, I have to say, I'm kind of disappointed that we didn't get to do Deliberate Regine in one big alliance because of how the queuing system works. I'm a little bit sad about that. And genuinely, I'm actually especially sorry for the Alliance B that sat there for way longer. They had a really hard time. And when I say I'm sorry, I mean as in I wish I could have done it differently. Surprise! I'm back again! Time for the main attraction! Me! Again! well, anime freaks, that's not important. Those things happen. Sometimes it's a chain reaction, right? Like, if we had been unlucky in my group, we could have just had, like, everyone that can raise dies, and then gradually the rest of the group dies. Which means, is it then my fault because I'm one of the people that can raise? And, like, this happens. So you don't have to feel bad so bad about it. It happens. That's why I'm saying, like, I'm not saying someone failed, I'm not saying anyone failed, I'm saying that I wish we had been, like, one big group, because if we had been one big group, then we would have probably had cleared, like, average between our 3 times, or maybe faster, because, like, the really strong players could compensate better for the weaker players. But we didn't have that option, unfortunately. A normal piece of content could take that long. Yeah. That's actually the funny thing, is that story I told earlier about how, like, we lost a third of the raid and there were people slacking. If I remember correctly, it took over an hour. And the reason why that's really funny is because we knew that we were in for the long haul, like, after 15 minutes. So it would probably have served us better to just all leave and queue again instantly, like, because Shadowbringers times, instantly get a full alliance again and do it in, like, 30 minutes. 35 minutes, maybe. That would still have been faster than staying those extra 45 minutes. But the problem with that kind of proposition is, yes, but the replacement 8 players might also suck. There's not, like, we could just get screwed over again. Kukulane in the Dalrera, that is different from the Kukulane in the Void Ark. But yeah, with that said, I hope you enjoyed Castrum Lacus Litore and Delubrum Reginae. And hopefully the company of the wonderful people in the chat, or me. And if you did enjoy them, remember that there is a Discord community server that you can join, where you will also find most of those people. You will also find the weekly schedule where you can see what else is coming up on a given week. I usually update it Sunday or Monday, so probably tomorrow. Yeah, you will also find the announcement room with links to streams, videos, whatever it is, when they come out. And if you go to the role assignments room and grab the reminder role, you get a notification whenever I post a video, post a schedule, post a stream, and you get an extra notification around 15 minutes before I start a stream, so you can catch it right at the start. And thank you for the gifted membership, Ibia. Thank you. Really appreciate it. And if you liked this particular stream, it helps me a lot if you leave a like on it in the YouTube system. That tells YouTube that this was a very enjoyable stream and you would like other people to enjoy it as well. So thank you so much in advance. I'm pretty sure there's no one with the curse of the new YouTube design. If there are, if you go to cinematic mode, the like button should reappear again. Thank you for the gifted membership, chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, both of you. Thank you. Is there anything else? Now I lost my train of thought. Did I forget anything? Did I forget anything? Did I forget anything? Oh, right, next week, little teaser, next week, Tuesday, we're probably doing some mock tome farming, because I'm pretty sure the mock tome event starts Tuesday. Pretty sure? Is that right? Oh, right, Kofi. Thank you. Thank you for the one gifted membership, Ogni. Oh, James got it. Nice. And John and Mirza. So we will be doing that. That stream will also include, for anyone that needs it, a tutorial on what the Moogle Treasure Trove is, how it works, what you need to do, and things like that. In case any of you are like, I don't know how that works, and would feel nice about having that starter. We will also do some mock tome farming, although I think we'll probably be doing that on Chaos. Not 100% sure on that. Probably. But don't worry, Shaq. The yokai event stays until Dawn Trail, so you still all have plenty of time for that. Not on 300 MS, please. Oh yeah, Make It Rain also comes. I think that one is just Hangout and Gold Saucer to make use of that. And incidentally, I believe the Mock Tome event, you can actually farm tomes by just hanging out in the Gold Saucer because of this. So those two things go hand in hand. Now, right, if you would like to support the channel even more directly, you can of course become a member. You can also gift memberships like Ymir, Shaq, and Ogni has here. You can also use the super chat system. And if you don't want to use YouTube, you can also use the Ko-Fi link in the description. That is an alternative way you can also support the channel. It's all optional. There's no content hidden behind a paywall or anything on the channel. But it, of course, helps me a lot to run all this. So all of the support is very much appreciated. Thank you so much. I think that's everything. I'm pretty sure that's everything. I hope all of you enjoyed hanging out in Bozja and Zadnor with me. Exactly, a like helps people find the stream. That is true. I think that is everything. And we will try to get Dalriada next week. And congratulations to the group that got into Dalriada earlier. With that said, please give me comments. Thank you all so much for watching. Good night, good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on where you are in the world. I hope to see you all very soon. And now we just have to put Smol Caetsu to bed. Good night. Good night. Thank you so much, everyone. That's very nice.